but together. That is our goal. We have to work together. We've got to make sure that we're, staying active and being even more active than possible. And I think, me, I'm going to see a silver lining just about everything. I think what this has done is it's one or the other. Either people are going to be extremely motivated to try to fix things, or they're going to bail. And we can't allow people to bail because we have our society to defend, and we have the rights of women and the elderly people and the BIPOC community and LGBTQIA, because certainly our government didn't. In fact, I used to think the majority of Americans believed what we believed. Well, the election told us otherwise. The election told us otherwise. So everybody, please, again, engagement is really key today. We would really appreciate you all being here. I want to bring up our friend Jess. She's going to join me. We ride shotgun on this today. Good morning, my dear.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I mean, I feel like I went through a grieving process. I was sad, and now I think I'm angry, but in a good way.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, as a reminder, everybody, we are streaming on YouTube as well. If you guys wouldn't mind, maybe dropping a like, dropping a comment, sharing that out over there. Also, please consider subscribing to the channel. There is a sub goal that we're out there now. So again, I appreciate you guys being here and being part of this. So, and just before we get into our discussion today about trying to identify, what do we miss when it comes to white women in particular, and I think we can unpack that. We can all make some assumptions. We're going to change things up a little bit around here. No debates. We're not going to be doing that, at least right away. We're trying to find some solutions, because in particular, unless I don't know at this point what a debate is going to accomplish. It's, in my opinion, it accomplishes nothing. Conversations are one thing. So if there are people out there that do want to have a conversation, and you may have just made a decision, especially white women, you may have made a decision as to why you voted for, let's be real, hate, racism, bigotry, sexism, that doesn't go away. Do you know what it is that you voted for? So I've seen some conversations online on people really being challenged. Now that it's happened, are you prepared to accept the consequences? Before we continue, I just want to say this. As of yesterday, the United States inflation rate was 2.4%. As of yesterday, the price of gas on average was $3.10. As of yesterday, a gallon of eggs, Jess, a dozen eggs was $3 on average, and the stock market closed at just over 42,700. Everybody remember those dates? I'm going to mark that down. I shared it with our team last night, because that's the reality, because that's what you voted for, right? That's what you voted for. So I want to just touch on this real quick, and then we'll jump into our conversation. There's a lot of people out there that are pointing fingers, and I'm really discouraged by people on the left not willing to accept the fact that we got beat. We lost an election. And I think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to, people who made these predictions, and I made predictions as well, and I'm going to own it. I was wrong. I made an assumption that more people in our country believed in humanity, human rights, empathy, compassion, kindness, generosity than believed the hate. That's what happened. Okay? That's the reality of the circumstance. So we can say that maybe the Harris team made the wrong choice in getting Tim Walz. Maybe they should have gotten Josh Shapiro because of Pennsylvania. I say, okay, sure, but that's not a reason for 15 million people to not show up. But let's be real. Having a Jewish man on a ticket with a black woman, probably not a good strategy. So I don't think it's that. Some say it was all about Israel, Gaza. No, obviously it's impossible for it to be all about that, because if people were genuine thinking that Donald Trump is a better answer, of course not. Of course not. A lot of people want to say that Kamala Harris's message didn't resonate. Well, people who voted for Trump don't care about messaging. They've told us that. They don't care. I think it boils down to three things specifically. The first, I think that Trump was able to tap into anger, and he's always been able to do that. The aggrieved white man, he created a scenario, he, along with the other toxic masculinity folks that are out there, the Jordan Petersons of the world, the Charlie Kirks of the world, the Ben Shapiros, the Andrew Tates, that if you join us, you'll become one of us. If you vote for a woman, that makes you soft, that makes you weak, and they bought into it. That's one reason. Second, The overwhelming majority of our country, quite frankly, is dumb. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. We read at below a sixth grade reading level in our country. Over half of our country reads at a sixth grade reading level or lower. Misinformed voters. People thinking that the inflation rate is 9%. People thinking that gas prices are $10 a gallon. People are woefully misinformed. And they voted based on a 3-word catchphrase. Lock her up, build the wall, fuck Joe Biden. Doesn't matter. That's a hard nut to crack. But most importantly, people in our country, the majority of people in our country chose a feeble, cognitively declining, fascist, rapist, sexist, misogynist, autocrat wannabe over a black woman. We can compare Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. The only two things that they have in common are that they're women. Donald Trump runs in 3 presidential elections, loses to Joe Biden, beats Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. Sexism, racism, misogyny. Let's stop overthinking it. Let's stop thinking about conspiracies. Let's stop thinking about all of it. And that includes internalized misogyny for women as well, part of the patriarchy. Thoughts on that, Jess?
Yeah, no, of course he's going to start barking right now. Hold on one second.
Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Again, we're sub only in our chat today. So if you guys don't mind, if you want to subscribe, you want to participate, we just ask you to subscribe. There's a couple of benefits for a subscriber. The link is in the link tree to our merch store. That's open to everybody. Check out. There's some cool merch in there. Liberal scum. I am fucking Zen. Those kinds of things. You've got a lot. Is there some water going on behind you, Jess?
My fish tank. Yeah, okay. But I'm always over here. It usually isn't that loud. Let me see if can you hear it still now?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, I had to lower the mic. Yeah, I mean, I'm frustrated with the demographics that voted in this election, and I think the biggest thing is us finding out why. Because I really expected women, and I really expected especially white women to show up to vote. And I really expected Latinos to show up and vote for. We were just so wrong on the demographics, and I just don't understand how we missed the margin by so much, because it wasn't a small amount. Like, he gained like 13% in Latino votes. Like, that's a pretty big amount when voting. And then we had like 15 to 20 million people just didn't fucking show up. You know, and
45% of white women also voted for Trump.
I just don't understand where we missed the mark, and I think that that's so important. And I think that, and we've been talking about this a lot, is like, why was our messaging so not catchy to them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that it has anything to do with Harris. I think Harris is an amazing. I think you know how I feel about her. She's one of the most qualified people to ever run for president. I think to dispel the indoctrination that is inside of these families, which is why I think focusing on white women specifically, because it comes from their families, their dads, their husbands, their whatever. And I want to know if that's real. I want to know where that comes from. I want to know if there's a family dynamic that is making them believe this way, or if they're actually thinking this way on their own. Did they come up with this belief system on their own? Because how can you look at a man who's raped a woman, or look at a man who doesn't respect you or women at all and still vote for him? And I need to know why, because then our messaging needs to change. If that doesn't matter to you, then what do we say to make it matter to you? And that right. And that's where I'm at. And that's the fight that I think that we are going to continue. And I appreciate you changing your speed a little bit to try and figure this out.
I'm not changing my speed. It's the same conversation. It's just, I mean, I think I'm going to make this before we bring Eric up. I don't know if white men are redeemable in this regard, because that's who they've been for a very, very long time. You know, it's the same argument that the reason why Hispanic men and Latin men voted for Trump, because of machismo, bravado, whatever it might be. And that is something that you can't circumvent that. We're not going to be able to get through to every demographic. I think white women in particular, is a demographic that we can reach.
Yeah,
so
and if they go home,
changing my message. It's just, before it was trying to convince people not to vote for Trump. Now it's a reminder of what it is that you voted for and how this is going to impact your life.
Yeah.
Because people, I mean, there's stories about companies having to literally like emergency meetings with their staff saying, you're not getting a Christmas bonus this year because of proposed tariffs. And then people being like, what do you mean? What's a tariff? Not even knowing what a fucking tariff is and then
Yeah.
realizing that. And then moms in a lot of households in America manage the budget. So all of a sudden, they made a decision based on, again, going back to one of my key points. Our country is just not very smart when it comes to things like this. So you're told something. Again, 3-word catchphrases. Where's the beef? Just do it. Build the wall. Lock her up. Fuck Joe Biden. Simple message rooted in hate. It's difficult to crack that code when you're trying to say, again, elections are about contrast, trying to say that we are different. We're different. But to your point, we have to find that message. Erica, yes, good morning. You're on mute.
Erica.
You're still on mute.
Hi, sorry, a bunch of kids just walked into my room. This is super quick. Some people in the comments have been saying that we shouldn't be looking at prices prior to people changing their prices for tariffs. No, you need to look at them now, because the change that people are making to account for tariffs is directly a result of Donald Trump being voted in as president. So you need to take those price comparisons now, not after companies have changed for the tariffs.
That's exactly what I talked about earlier. Yeah, I gave the price of gas
I know,
today.
but I think people didn't quite understand it, or you have to look at them now, because as soon as they start changing their prices to account for perceived future tariffs, then you're taking into account his effect.
Correct.
So that's all I wanted to say. But yeah,
Appreciate
a whole bunch of kids just walked in for no reason. Anyway, I gotta go.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Bye. Love you.
Yeah, again, that's the point. So as of yesterday, the price of gas on average was $3.10. The price of eggs was $3 a dozen. The stock market was 42,000. Jess, we got to do something about that background noise. I'm getting a lot of people saying, I'm not sure what it is. Can you move or?
Yeah, give me a few minutes to figure it out.
Thank you. The stock market just closed at just over 42,700. And the inflation rate is 2.4%. So people need to remember those things, because that is the reason that people said they voted for Trump, because of their wallet. And that to me means that and I know we had a conversation with someone last week, and I won't give their name. I don't want to call them out publicly, but they came up to our space and they were really concerned, and everybody around them was pressuring them, and there was a Christian household and they didn't want to disappoint or lie. But this person then messaged me afterward and said, I voted for Kamala Harris, and because that's what she wanted to do. And I know that there's probably a lot of examples out there. And there was an ad directed at white women in particular to say, your vote's private, your vote's your own. It just didn't get through. It just didn't get through. Yeah, Bunny, the math ain't math, and I'm not going there. I'm just not going there. Voter enthusiasm just wasn't there. I don't want to turn this into a conspiracy. I don't. This does us no good to do that. If there are votes and or ballots that are missing, then we need to let people do the process, and we'll investigate. Joe Biden did the right thing. Already started the transition process, which is exactly what Donald Trump did not do. Again, these are examples of the things people want to say, oh, well, he should use the immunity. And I mean, again, really? I mean, we lost an election. We have to come to grips with that. More people voted for Donald Trump than they did for Kamala Harris. That's the reality. Okay? He got roughly the same amount of votes that he got in 2020. Roughly the same amount. All right? And they're still counting. The House is still up for grabs. I was just looking at the map. There are more seats that are currently considered flippable for Democrats than there are for Republicans. So that's a good sign. But either way, this is what we're dealing with. We got to lick our fucking wounds, try to fix this, right? And go forward. That's our only hope in this conversation. We got to move forward. Okay. All right. So again, we're not going to do debates today. And just because at this point, I don't think a debate's worthwhile, but if there are people out there that have an idea of what it was that we missed, in particular of white women. So if there are women out there that are listening and you voted for Trump, and if you want to have a conversation that's rooted in an understanding to try to help us understand, I would welcome that. we're not going to turn this into this back and forth debate because it's just not worth it. All right, I'll bring up Ash.
Good morning.
Hey Ash,
Good
how are you?
morning.
Good. Well, again, I only have a few seconds because I have to run to work, but I don't know exactly what the issue is. I kind of just wanted to encourage people. I know that I unfollowed a white woman who voted for Trump. I've spent 2 years talking to her, trying to engage with her, show her the facts. She's very much, she wants to be married. Her life goal is to be married. You know, I don't know how many of these women fall into that, but I tried to show her worth, you know, et cetera. And then I unfollowed her. But then I followed her back because I think that I have to keep putting myself in these spaces and having these conversations. And just for myself, I just want to encourage people. I think like my goal for the next 2 years is to educate myself more, find new ways to advocate. I don't know. We have to do something. And that's going to start locally for me. I've got to figure something out. I live in Wisconsin. My city actually is blue, which is great. But there's just more to be done. I just want to encourage people. It's not over. I do think that we have the intellect, we have the empathy, we have the ability to get through whatever this is going to be. And I'm just really sorry. I don't know what else to say, but I think we can do this. We just have to keep going. We just have to keep going.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Obviously, I think the country has decided that that's what they want. The country has made the decision that that's the direction that they want to go.
Yeah.
We've got to stop. We've got to stop making excuses. We've got to stop it. And I'm really disappointed with some creators on this app who were all in on their predictions and they're saying it was something else. It wasn't. I mean, fucking own it. Like own it. We lost.
Exactly.
I was wrong. I made an assumption that there was more people that preferred or prioritized human rights over their pocketbook, and I was wrong.
I'll tell you
Flat out wrong.
one demographic I hadn't really given much thought to is the young male vote, and I spent a lot of time calling them basement dwelling losers, and that's not gonna make them really change their mind. But it made me think about how they only know like social media, Joe Rogan, Phil Bro, like MAGA. They don't remember what like a true, like what the Republican Party was. They don't know that. This is all that they know. And fighting against that, I think I underestimated that a little bit.
I wasn't. I mean, I'm disappointed in Gen Z. They did not show up again. Again, once the dust settles here, there's going to be a lot of people with a lot of explaining to do, right? And I don't fault the Harris campaign. I think, 100 days, roughly speaking, that she had to campaign. I think it was a brilliant campaign, quite frankly.
Well, and there's no playbook for this. There's no playbook on how to run a campaign in that short of a period of time. Also against a fascist, like there's no playbook for this. Like we did what we thought we did. So I don't want to look back. I want to look back and I want to, see what we can change, but I agree. I don't want to blame. I just want to move forward. I gotta go. I love y'all.
Bye.
See you later.
Fighting. Yep. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think 100 days is not enough time to dispel the indoctrination of racism and bigotry and sexism in this country, and it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's part of this. And again, Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden, but beat Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. We've got to stop. We got to stop making it more complicated than that. I mean, we really do. I mean, 15 million people didn't show up, and I guess people want to. You want to run down the conspiracy rabbit hole? Go ahead. I'm not going to do that. Okay. I'm not going to do that. People didn't show up. Voter registration was up, but people did not vote, and that's because misogyny, racism, and bigotry exist on the left too. It's not. It's again, 100%. Not every group is a monolith, and that's part of it. People made a decision that I'm not going to turn out to vote because I can't vote for a black woman, or because I don't like Kamala Harris's stance towards Israel. Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally wants to turn Gaza into beachfront property.
Every civil rights movement that's ever happened always started with something like this happening every single time. And I think that this is the fight isn't, it's not going to be within ourselves. It's going to be in a larger spectrum. Like we have to understand why that stuff is so prevalent now in 2024, and how we can kind of talk people off a ledge. Because I don't think that everyone necessarily believes it. I think that sometimes people don't understand that they're in it until it's something bad happens.
It's the dog that caught the car.
Yep.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
Hi.
okay. How are you?
Hanging in there. I
on your
just feel
mind?
like the Democrats have nobody to blame but themselves. You can't expect a black woman in this country to break down walls in 2-3 months. And the messages could have been all of the misinformation on their side. We could have combated that so much better.
I push back on that, Nicole. I don't think 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 years. I think what the country showed us is they're not going to vote for a black woman. Period. I don't think the time would have mattered at all, quite frankly. And again, I think we need to accept the fact that our country is racist, bigoted, misogynist. So the misinformation, again, we know that the right doesn't care about policy. They will believe the lies. There's nothing you can do to break through that. When you're driven, when the amygdala is firing on these 3-word catchphrases like "fuck Joe Biden," "lock her up," "they're eating the dogs," that's technically 4 words, but that's my point. Like, you can't, if you're in a fight, if you're in a street fight, and one person's got a club and you've got a bouquet of flowers, you're going to get your ass kicked every time. But people who carry the flowers are the ones that are going to be remembered in history for the ones that were standing up against this tyranny. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm encouraging everybody just to simplify this thing, okay? Our electorate is not very smart. Donald Trump tapped into white boy, roid rage, Joe Rogan, etc., and the fact that we are loaded with racists and misogynists.
Well, I mean, I feel like there may be some people who definitely said that they voted for, they're like, that doesn't matter. I'm voting for the economy or for my pocket or for whatever. And no matter how many times we would tell them that's not true because this, and this, they still listen to those catchphrases. So like
Exactly.
the point of reality is like, where do we get down to their level to level with them to try and give us a little bit of trust where they're going to listen to the words that we're saying, in a sense, if you know what I mean, like if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, again, that goes back to the 3 categories. Like I said, it's the white boy rage, it's lack of information and unwillingness to try to learn, and racism and bigotry and sexism. I mean, it's those. I don't think we should overthink it too much. It's not, sure, the Democratic Party has always had challenge with messaging, but how do you message against racism and bigotry? You're not going to convince somebody just because you come up with a clever catchphrase, or or Kamala Harris is going to Texas rodeos or whatever. You're not going to break through that. I think what is sadly what it's done is it showed us that we're not going to be electing a woman anytime soon in our country.
Agreed.
That's the sad part. That is the sad part, because you have a person who was the most qualified person to run for the office of presidency. She ran against a felon, an adjudicated sexual predator, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And America said, "I'll take the predator over the woman."
All right, thanks. Have a good day.
You
You
Thanks,
too.
Nicole. I mean, we really need to just kind of understand that and then figure out, okay, so we know that racism exists everywhere. We're not telling the members of the BIPOC community anything different. You can look at Latin men. They turned out, even though they were literally told to their face that they're garbage, told to their face that they're smugglers and they're grapists and they're unalivers, told to their face
Mass
that they're poison,
deportation.
mass deportation, told to their face that they're poisoning the bloodline. Again, military age men, that voting bloc turned out for Donald Trump. So, and again, Rollo was up talking to his post-election day, and he said, "There's obviously machismo." You can speak to that, Jess. machismo in that community and the bravado and the alpha, and yet you vote for a guy who wears makeup, a girdle, and a diaper. I mean, make it make sense. So that's
Yeah.
the point. That's the point. I just don't think I don't think people are just willing to accept that enough on our side, quite frankly. You again, the blame game. It's easy to blame. It's easy to blame. It's easy to blame. What we need to be blaming is the fact that our country is loaded with ignorant, roid raging racists.
But if that's what we're blaming, then how do we fix that? How do we move forward from that? What's the movement from that? Like, so we can sit here and we can blame them and say, you guys are bigots and racists and sexist and you're dumb and you're uneducated. But what's the movement forward from that? And that's
Well,
I don't have the exact answer. I don't think any of us do, but like, where do we go from there?
I don't think there's an answer to that because that's the reality. We know that our country reads at below a sixth grade level. We know that white men, they've told us every single day in this space and others that they prefer alpha and they're fired up by that. Their amygdala goes off on that. And we know that our country is racist.
And you don't
We
think
have to
that we
accept
can
that.
change their minds ever? You think it's just stuck?
No.
It's going to be that way?
Not,
I hope not.
Again, white women, I do. White women, I do think we can change minds because it's going to affect them. It's going to affect them and their daughters and their sisters and their nieces more than it's going to affect the sexist, racist, bigoted, roid raging, unintelligent man. That's my hope. I'm using that conversation that we had earlier this week with that woman who was desperate. You could hear in her voice, there's no way I can bring myself to vote for Donald Trump. The pressure of my family, I'm ultimately going to have to lie to my husband. That's who we need to reach. That group of people, because it's going to affect them. So Fairy Dust says that you disagree because they will not change because of the pick me mindset. That may be true. Again, we can't change everyone, but if we're talking about moving that needle from 48% of white women that voted for Trump to 42% in the next election, that helps. Yep. We still have to change the conversation away from, looking their message, or they should have put bullet points on their website. Sure. I mean, I'm a former marketing guy, former, C-suiter in a company. And I get that. When you do an after action review, you analyze what worked, what didn't. What worked was the fact that you had an incredibly strong candidate. What worked was they had an amazing ground game. What worked was they motivated the electorate to register, just couldn't get them across the finish line because people were there in the voting booth saying, I can't vote for a black woman. No way. Or I'm either not going to vote or I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. It's not like you're saying, who's got the better economic policy, and you want to lay them both down side by side and say, yeah, I still think his is better. No. Amy Dawn, good morning.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Well, yeah, I told them we're still doing Are You Okay? We're going to do that whole post later tonight. We're definitely going to do that. Today, we're just going to try to unpack some of the...
I've been unpacking for I've been unpacking. I finally talked to my mom yesterday, which I was really happy to hear that, she was shooketh, which I was brought up in a registered Republican household. But this woman is a Democrat all the way. Well, I don't even know a Democrat, but whatever. She's a progressive. And she said some stuff that really helped me kind of, I guess, level set myself. Because she's lived through a few elections. And, she just said, we'll get through this. We have before. Our country does this swing set thing where people just want change. And don't forget that not everybody knows about politics like you do. Not everybody pays attention. And we're assuming everyone is immersed in this. Well, not assuming maybe, but like we think people know the things we know. They don't. They look at, well, am I okay now? Well, let me just vote for the other. I hope I'm right about that. I really just can't believe that people voted for him knowing who they voted for.
I got to push back.
I know you do. I knew
We've
you
known him
would.
for 9 years.
I know.
People know who he is for 9 years. I mean, they know. They're just making a choice. They want to turn it into, well, they're just vilifying him. That's not what he meant. Again, all the excuses in the book. Again, I want to challenge all of us to stop thinking that we're better than we are, because we're not. It was proven that on election day. The majority of people in our country said, I prefer hate over human rights.
Well, to Ash's point, maybe so, yeah. I guess the only way we know is if we continue to have conversations, right? And I will just say this. That's where I'm glad that we do what we do here, right? Like continuing to have the conversations, continuing to Jess's point and yours, like white women especially. I believe there's a way to get to all of us, because I just can't believe that we can't get together about this. Like, what? I just
because
don't.
you want it to be true.
I know.
It's because you want it to be. We all want it to be. But again, the reality tells us otherwise.
Were we
the same
really
thing
that
happened in
wrong?
2016.
We
Same
were really
thing
that
happened.
wrong. I know. We were really that wrong about humans. Like, ugh.
We were.
I know. This is hard for me.
If we really believe that, then we fail altogether. I'm just going to say that. Like, I have to push back a little bit, because if we believe that majority of humans are terrible human beings, then we fail then what's the point?
I don't
Yeah, I
believe
mean,
that.
I couldn't
I
do.
want to clarify. I'm talking about the people who chose to vote or not vote. That's what I'm talking about. The
Which is
people,
a lot.
again, but I still believe there are more people in the world and in our country that believe that human rights should be a priority. They just didn't come out to vote. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From
and
the election, we lost. I mean, fewer people voted. He got roughly the same amount of votes. People just decided, for whatever reason, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for a black woman at a time when we needed that more than ever, and they couldn't do it. So again, I still believe that the majority of the people in our country understand what we're talking about. It's a question of who showed up to vote. I think that's the difference.
maybe.
Listen, you guys know me well enough to know that I would hug everyone, but the reality is that people let their families down. White men and white women let other white women down. White men who they say they would literally, don't forget, guys, we've had this conversation just over the last couple of weeks. Would you do everything for your kid, your lungs, your blood, your heart, everything? Yep, then give me your vote. I just can't do that. So that tells us right there everything that it is we need to know. I'm not giving up. That's why we're doing this.
I mean, there's a large majority of people that the only thing they ever knew about the election was a few little political ads on TV. Like, they just don't pay attention either. I think it's the laziness of the electorate that pisses me off too. Like,
Agreed.
Yeah, majority of my other social medias and I had a lot of white women who I have known for many years, who I deleted from Facebook, and now I kind of feel like that might have been a mistake because of education and trying to push back on them. I just deleted them because I'm like, F you if you voted for him and blah blah blah. And I don't feel like that's good messaging. But a lot of them were just talking about like the false promises that he made, or listening to his one-liners, or hearing his stupid campaign trail that we all know is bullshit, and that you're voting against your own rights for money in your pocket that's not even going to be there. We know that, but they don't grasp that understanding. And a lot of white women that I was encountering were also internal misogyny, internal racism.
yeah,
Like,
that's
and
the
it's
part. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
think of it
icky.
this way for the both of you. Think of it this way, right? We have done a lot of work in this space, and others have done a lot of work in this space, trying to create the contrast, right? Trying to say this is what, again, we've been honest with ourselves to say it's far from perfect. We know that. The reality of the circumstances, we have to start accepting it. The only way, in my opinion, that we can crack this is reminding people what the daily gas prices, the price of eggs, the inflation rate is. And then as the economic plan that they voted for, as the tax plan that they voted for, at the anti-immigration rhetoric that they believed, as that starts to destroy our country, then we can say, we fucking told you so. We told
Right.
you what was going to happen.
Yeah.
We told you. I think right now they are preening like the rooster, because they feel like, again, they feel that even though he had all these things in his closet, even though he is this person, even though he's this scumbag. Listen, many of us, we know, they told us, I don't care that he did those things. I just don't care. I just don't care. When they see what they voted for doesn't work, then I think there's an opportunity to have a
Then
conversation on a broader scale.
then you pierce the framework of what they thought, right? Like, that's the thing. That's experiential learning at its fucking finest.
Yeah, because
And
right
then
now they think
human
they're
rights
right.
still doesn't matter to them, though. Then
And it may
human rights
never.
still doesn't matter to them.
And it may never, Jess. That's kind of my
It's
point.
just shitty. It's just shitty.
I don't
Well,
disagree.
to your point, Steve, too, like you always say, elections are about contrast, right? And that's played out by our history. Look at how, look at how we swing back and forth as a country, right? Like the minute we elect one party, we get mad because we're not feeling better, right? Like, we're not feeling better. That's
Everybody,
what we've
please
heard.
keep tapping and sharing, friends. We're kind of hovering at 64K. Everybody, if you guys could just do a tap fest for like 30 seconds, I'd appreciate that.
A lot of feelings have come up in these boxes talking about, I just don't feel it. I was feeling better under Trump.
Vibes.
No, you were not. No, you were
Feelings and
absolutely not.
vibes.
But the human brain, right? Feelings
no,
and vibes.
Rebecca, it's not about just sitting back saying "we told you so." That's not the point. I don't think I'm making my message clear. Let me try again. we can't, if people don't prioritize human rights now, then I don't know if they ever will. My point is that they voted against human rights for a reason, because they believe this myth, this lie about Trump as to who he is and what he stands for. We have not been able to convince them of that. When they see the impact, again, that story from Western Pennsylvania about a company having to, I'll read it. It's just easier.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
You're
easier
going
to
to
look
feel
at
it
this way.
now.
Where is that? I want to find that.
Ben said, check your Cash App. Thank you for your content.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Where is that? Okay. Results have already started. This is from an American woman today. My husband works for a small manufacturing company here in southwestern Pennsylvania, which means most employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because they now need to purchase at least a year's worth of product prior to January 21st, due to the proposed tariffs, they did not understand. My husband said that it will directly hurt their company. They all thought the foreign company paid the tariff. This is the level of ignorance voting against their own interests here in PA, where we failed American women and children last night. That is what I'm talking about. That's the reality.
Right. To Erica's point, we're there right now. Pay attention. And because that is what people vote for. I agree totally with you. People vote for change because they're not feeling it. Well, they're going to really feel it in the next 4 years. They're going to feel it. Experiential learning now.
Exactly.
So here's my question really quick. So I just, if I don't say it, I'm going to forget it. That's the only reason I interrupted you. I apologize. So a lot of these people that I feel like we talk to are like, well, he's not going to do that. Well, he didn't say that. So the reality to them is that he's not going to nationally or federally ban abortion, or he's not going to do a mass deportation, or he's not going to do any of the things that he said to clear as day to us that he was going to do, but they decoded. So my question is in the next 4
Thank you, Ben.
years,
Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Benita.
in the next 4 years, if those things actually happen, with the Senate not being on our side, whether we get the House or not, how do we say to them, okay, you voted for your pockets, but now that the human rights thing that you said wasn't going to happen is actually happening, will you fight with us now? And that's like, because how else do we make change in that area? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. I think that's a bit of a different conversation. And I'm going to go back to this. I don't mean to sound like a broken record. If people can't prioritize human rights now, I don't know when they ever will, with the exception of white women, because it will impact them more than anybody.
Yep. No.
The challenge that we have here, and Jess, I can feel it from you. I can feel it. I get it. The challenge that we have is that we don't understand why someone would not prioritize human rights. And quite frankly, I hope we never do.
Their
I
own.
hope we.
Their own. It's not like it's not like the civil rights movement where it was this person versus this person. We're not prioritizing our own rights as women, and that's what's so frustrating to me, and that's what I don't understand. And that's what I need to know. And I don't know that I'm going to get the answer that I'm looking for. And that's why I'm frustrated.
Well, that's why I think, and I want to be very careful how I say this. That's why it needs to fail. Their experiment needs to fail, and they, along with everybody else, are going to have to suffer because of the decisions that they made. I don't want to be
They need to
hyperbolic, and I
feel.
hate even saying that.
No, but they need to
That may
feel
be
their
part of it.
wrongness. Like you're right, Steve. Like they need to feel it to
Will.
wake up.
Hi, Will.
Hey,
Hey
morning,
guys.
Will.
Hey, good morning. Steve, I'm going to be reaching out to you, man. Time to roll up our sleeves, buddy.
That's right.
I'm in, man. I told you.
I know
in.
you are.
Count on me.
I know you are. I just wanted to tell you, I really appreciate what you're saying this morning. I think there's going to be some more disappointment to come as we break down these exit polling numbers. I sent you a text, and I think you with a picture, and it's a snapshot of a Facebook that I saw yesterday on one of my good friends. He's another YT male like me, and he posted about standing up for the women in our lives. And I wanted to send you what a white woman, 58 years old, a friend of mine that I went to high school with, posted underneath this comment.
Yeah,
And I
read it.
saw a lot of that yesterday. You know,
me too. Well, we already know about,
Yeah.
with Nick Fuentes saying, your body, my choice.
Yeah.
You've seen kids going to
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
My daughter's school in
So gross.
in the
Yeah.
independent blue Republic of Vermont, kids were wearing their pride on their sleeve, so to speak. So yes, I have my daughter. Granddaughters can play sports without a male playing on their team. My daughter can once again buy groceries and gas when she texted me about providing for her family, not about getting an AB. Get your priorities right. The response was, I hope they never have a life-threatening pregnancy or become pregnant from a rape or sexual assault and need proper life-saving health care.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. That's the code. And I know that a lot of, in the patriarchy, I mean, even out of the patriarchy, women run the households in our country. Let's be real, okay? And because of that, they're the ones that are going to notice it. They're the ones that are
right.
saying, I voted for somebody who told me he was going to lower the price of a gallon of eggs,
Yeah.
and they've only gone up. I
Yeah.
voted for somebody who told me that tariffs would help all of us. And now I'm paying $6,000 or more per year for things that I wasn't paying for before. That's kind of my point, that it's got to happen to them because they've been looking at this from their fucking mountain of privilege.
Thank you, Ben, for the cash app. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's right. You've already named all three of these categories, but I think that it's really important people understand what you're saying about the conversion category. It's just not going to happen. We need to stop spinning our wheels thinking that we can reach out to truly immersed MAGA people and pull them over to our side. I think the real key is in the other two things you said, Steve, and this is what the exit polling is showing. This country overwhelmingly rejects what Donald Trump stands for, but the problem is we don't have them registered. They don't participate in the democratic system. And then so we've got to figure that out. I have my ideas on this, but I don't want to take 3 hours of your life. But we definitely know that the social contract is broken. It's 100% broken. When you have two people in your family working a full-time job and you still can't afford a home, you can't get a car, or you're a young person and you're living in your car in a national forest and you got a gym membership so you can shower every day. The Democratic Party's got to self-reflect on what are we doing from a New Deal style or Great Society style, recompense, and we've got to get that figured out.
I'm so glad you said that, Will, because I wanted to ask you about that specifically, about this thing. I've been hearing kind of a narrative about like the Democrats have become the elitists, right? Like that's how those who voted for him, they're the every person. They're the working class, right?
That's how they view it, Amy. I don't think we've become elitist. I just think we've gotten away from our roots of putting policy into action. And some of that's not our fault because it's hard to do that when you don't control the House and the Senate,
Facts.
But, to Steve's point, we're going to be disappointed when we see some of this exit data and see why people stayed home. We're going to, like I'm seeing now, there are people that agreed with everything we believe in, but they stayed home to make a statement. And, that's tough on me because I want to be respectful of their opinion. But at the same time, when the house is burning down, the fire brigade comes out, regardless of whether there's too much sulfur in the water or not.
What statement were they making, though?
Well, and so, I almost don't want to get into it yet, Amy, because then I get to be a part of this finger pointing thing, and I don't think it's helpful right now.
I'll say
Right.
it. I think it's clear. We have to stop accepting the fact that there are racist, bigots, sexists on the left as well. And they made a decision. They say, I just can't see myself voting for a woman. I feel threatened by that. I can't do it.
Yeah, and
we got to start being honest. Like I don't want. It's not all Palestine. We got to stop being. We got to start being honest with that as well. Because if that were the
no,
case,
it's not just Palestine. There are people that didn't vote who agree with us on everything because they don't think we went far enough on the economy and that kind of thing. And I don't know. We're still breaking it all down.
Yeah.
But to your point, Steve, I just think the energy 100% has to be put into bringing these people that believe the way we do into the system and getting them to participate, and then working every day to try to fix this broken social contract. Because we got to be honest, there were people that were willing to be misogynist and racist because, of what you said, the price of eggs and a gallon of milk. And some of those people will come back to us, but I'm never going to forget what they did, if you know what I mean.
I'm with you, brother.
So,
Thanks for
all
joining.
right.
Thanks, guys.
See you later.
Yeah.
Hey, Brett.
What's up, brother? How you doing this morning?
Hey,
I'm all right, man. How
Brad.
you holding up?
Good morning, beloved.
I'm all right actually, and I want to say why, okay? And this is probably unpopular opinion and everything.
It's okay. I've had them all morning.
Right.
No, you have not at all. Not at all.
And I might
Not in
offend
this space, my friend. Your opinion is probably very popular, whatever that is.
and I'm probably going to offend some people, but I want everybody to just stick around and listen to the whole thing. Guys, get over it. Get over the loss, okay? I'm seeing that everybody, this is the first time that they've had a big loss. And I want to say that we're still in the same fights that we've been in, okay? So I say that because, like I said, a lot of people, this is their first loss, right? After my son was unalived, my city and my state voted in Greg Abbott, who said it could have been worse. Okay, they voted in a cop that was there to be county commissioner. Okay, I've been getting metaphorically spat in my face for the past 3 years. It doesn't change the fight, guys. Okay, we're terrified because of women's rights, absolutely, and we should be. But this has been going on since June of 2022. This started June 24th, 2022. The fight hasn't changed. The LGBTQ rights, the fight has not changed. It's still the same fight. We're in the same fight. It's just now it's a little bit more steeper. That's all it is. We have to fight harder. And that, instead of us feeling sorry for ourselves, that should light a fire up under everybody's ass right now to fight harder and to fight more, because we do get complacent. Sorry.
I do not
I'm
disagree.
so
with
glad you
anything
said,
Brett. I mean,
Steve.
the reality of the circumstance is exactly as you said it, and we've got to stop making excuses. We have to stop. Black women have been fighting again, and quite frankly, if I were black women, I'd say fuck all y'all. Every single time you ask me to show up, and what do? I fucking show up, and then you don't.
What did we talk about yesterday, Steve? I was like, hey, maybe you're just not used to losing. We've been losing. I'm a woman. I'm used to having to get knocked down. Like, yep, get the fuck back up then.
That's right. And that's where community activism becomes incredibly important. I think, again, the voting bloc, the people who showed up on Tuesday, and again, to clarify, I still believe in our country as a whole, and Will told us, and I think we'd all like to agree, that there are more people who believe in the preservation of human rights than don't. Sadly, our electorate was either lazy, apathetic, or a combination of the things. That being said, it requires us to be in the streets getting dirty. I mean, I've been defending human rights most of my adult life, and I will always continue to do that. To Brett's point, he knows loss.
Yep.
He knows loss. Women in our country, no loss. Black women in our country, no loss. People like me are not used to losing because the system was made by us for us. The women in our lives, the YT women in particular, they don't know loss either. I mean, some of them do for obvious reasons, but that wasn't enough to change their mind to get out there and vote. I don't want to Pollyanna our way through this. These are
But
hard conversations to have. People need to be held accountable.
Steve, to Will's point, if so much of the data were people that aren't registered, or not, maybe not registered, but aren't actively going out and voting, but yet their values align with ours, those are the people we need to reach, not the people that are voting for this, but the people that didn't, because
my
that's
question to
the
them,
audience we need to be reaching to.
Yep. And my question to them, especially women, is it because of the patriarchy? Is it because you don't have a safe space to get this information without your husband hovering or trying to change your opinion? Or do you have a group of friends that you're around that are MAGA that are trying to use their dominance over you? This is my question to why I thought it was important to touch women, and especially white women, because of the patriarchy, because of the racism and bigotry. We've seen men up here on these panels. 90% of the people that we talk to are men. We don't talk to very many women. Why? Why aren't we talking to those women? Why aren't they feeling safe enough to come up here to speak, whether it's a bad opinion, a good opinion?
I'm going to push back on that. I think we talk to a lot of women. I think I will push back on that, and I'll push back on that.
But the majority of the people that we spoke to were men.
Yes, but not 90%.
Okay. Well,
a lot of 90%. Yeah. And again, this space is for these kinds
of
conversations.
I would agree, Steve. I think we've had a lot of women up here that were equally as disappointed. Like, yeah, I would, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of it, right? I mean, that's to your point, Jess. That's part of it. I understand, right? Prior to election day, we were trying to debate to try to remind people of what it is that they're voting for. And that message resonated with a few, but not nearly enough. But it's not them. It's the people, to Will's point, to Amy's point, and to Brett's point, it's the people that are not participating. Now, we can blame that on the Electoral College. There's 7 million or so registered voters in California that just don't vote.
I mean, just anecdotally, many of my clients didn't really have anything to say. It was ironically the day after the election, all of them did. But before it, they weren't even talking about it in a way that I would have expected, right? Like a few were, but not... Like some of them were just kind of unplugged. And I think that's the thing. We need to get people understanding that your vote is important. Like sitting home, it's the apathy, I think, too, is the huge piece of it. If there's so many people that align with the values, but you don't go out and speak your mind, your voice, you need to understand your voice counts. How do we get to those folks and get them doing something about that?
So now, unfortunately...
Go ahead, Brett.
Well, I'm just saying, unfortunately, I was one of those people until it actively affected me. And now I've been, in this political space. And I'll be the first one to say it. I say it all the time. I'm not political. I hate both parties. I hate, the separation of everything when we can't come together and when children are being unalived in schools and we don't come together and fix the problem, right? But the problem is that people don't do things until it affects them, and I'm living, breathing proof of it.
And to Steve's point, that's why we need them to feel it for 4 years. Like it's going to affect you. You're going to learn today.
Absolutely.
I mean, and you don't want. I mean, people who voted for and against Donald Trump are going to be harmed, right? That's the reality. That's the circumstance. We get exactly everybody because of this. Now, I tried to find this right after 2016 on Facebook when I was still on Facebook. I don't think I've been on it since then for obvious reasons. But I wrote this like a lot. I probably like 10 paragraphs about, you've been given this gift, Mr. Trump. You've been given this gift by people. You've got a history of things in your past that don't look good, but the American people have said that and I wish you well. I wish you well. And I wish I could find it. Because that's kind of where we are now. We don't want our president to fail. We want this to be successful.
As much as I despise him, I hope I'm wrong about him, right? Like, yeah, I get it.
Exactly. But, and again, I can feel it, Jess. I can feel your frustration. I'm with you, sister. I am totally with you. But unless somebody has the recipe, I don't know how we are going to influence more people to be involved in voting unless it affects them. Brett's a
It's got to
perfect
smack him
example.
in the face. Exactly.
And I totally
He-
understand that. I just don't think negating their actual feelings is the solution, or saying, you know, that they're just always going to be that way, because I think when you personalize the experience for them or dehumanize their fears for them, because they when you humanize their fears and you make them feel a little bit validated in what they're feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it opens the space for more conversation. And I
okay.
think what we're doing here is we're basically just saying to them, like, your fears are wrong, you suck, you did the wrong thing, and you should just fucking feel your pain. And I don't think that I don't, in my opinion, I just don't think that's going to engage anyone. I think it's just going to spread more hate, and we're trying to move away from that, you know?
Again, Jess, I think I understand what you're saying, but we there's nothing is going to happen between now and the midterms. We can't. There's nothing we there's nothing that we can say, right? I mean, they got what they wanted. This is what they wanted. This is what
Yeah.
they voted for. They made this choice.
It's time for
It's on
tough
us to
love.
continue to remind them that this is what you voted for. This is the person that you said you wanted. It's like I don't. It's like an "I told you so" scenario. I hear what you're
Yeah.
saying, and maybe a year's time when we start to look at this data. But right now, this is what they want. There are people in our country that are celebrating women losing their rights to their body.
Yeah, no, I see
How
it.
are
I
we going to
know.
change their mind right now? They are on their high horse.
No, I'm not necessarily talking about them, though. I'm not necessarily talking about them. I'm talking about the in between, the people who don't really know what they voted for. It's the same conversation we're having right now, but just in a different light. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think both of you are right. Like, really, yeah, they need to feel the consequences of the choices that they made and understand. It's the connection between either lack of voting or voting for. There's consequences to those choices that our job, as we see it, is to talk to people about that. Like, there's consequences to your choices, so maybe make a different choice next time. Let's figure that out. How do we get people to care about that? And if we're going to get people to care about that, it's not going to be done by looking at them and being like, you suck and I don't like you. However, also there are people that are just unreachable, so we have to
Yeah,
parse
I
out
agree.
who that is, and then put our energy towards the people that we can
Yeah.
influence.
Jess, my sister, I love you. I feel it. I think you want it to be different.
Yeah.
And I get that. I do too. I'm just trying to say, I mean, I parent through what I refer to as natural consequences. Right? That's
Yep.
how I parent. I've never been a big go sit in the corner. I just let natural consequences lead my children down this path. And it's always worked for me. Like, you know, my son had this history of showing up to work late regularly. And he got fired because he was showing up to work late regularly.
Yeah.
And that's a
Yep.
natural consequence, right? So this is the part of this
Same.
experiment that we have to kind of go through here, right? You made this decision. You told us that that is a better direction to take our country. Whether you voted because you don't know any better, whether you voted because you don't care, whether you voted because of the patriarchy or misogyny or whatever it is, you made that choice. You have to live with it. Now, when you experience what we've been telling you, you want to come back and have a conversation as to how we can fix it, we'll be there. We'll be there to have that conversation. You're going to have to understand that you're going to have to deal with a lot of vitriol coming your way because of what you did. Now, again, MAGA men, I don't think they're reachable. As a white man, I don't think they're reachable. Stubborn lot. Women, I think so. I want to give Hazel a chance. She's been very patient. Hi, Hazel.
I just wanted to share a few things. One, make sure that your mental health is good. It is okay to grieve. It is okay to process this. The very next morning after the election, I already had my therapy appointment, okay? Because I work with two white women who voted for Trump, and I knew that I would have to face them early in the morning. So I needed to be prepared. So process, grieve, but at the same time, you can fight, you can take action. You can do both at the same time. Don't neglect your emotional health just because you think or other people think that you have to move on. That's just not the way that grief works.
Well said, Hazel.
Yeah. The other thing I just want to say is because I work with two white women who voted for Trump, obviously I don't feel like I want to continue working with them, but Obviously, they're very nice people. I love them. We just have a great relationship, except in that area. They just don't seem to understand. And so, talking with my therapist, I was like, I can't do this. I can't fake the funk. I need to be able to be genuine and honest, and I'm angry with them. I am livid with them. And so, having this discussion with my therapist, she was like, well, if you go to any other job, you may encounter the same thing. The only other opportunity would be for you to work for like some type of Democratic Party where the mission is making sure that Democrats get in. So I'm looking towards that, possibly finding a job where I can work with Democrats. That way I won't feel the frustration. Even though I love my job right now, it's just very difficult for me to work with people that I know voted for him.
I get that's part of this conversation. People are going to make some serious decisions in their lives. Thanksgiving holiday dinner tables are going to be very interesting this year.
Oh,
Sure.
that happened. I already drew the line in the sand on a group chat with family. I'm no longer having, Thanksgiving and Christmas with certain people. And now I'm going down my neighbors list and my friends list. Whoever wants to have dinner, lunch with me, I need to know how you voted. And it's hard for me because I have a degree in, criminal justice and forensic psychology, and I've always liked to compartmentalize people's emotions and reasonings and everything, and not judge them on that, and always try to give them the benefit of the doubt. But now it's past that. It's no longer, I have to look at you side-eyed. No, now I'm looking at you face to face.
That's right.
We're drawing a line in the sand. Who are you? And can you be invited into my space? Can I afford to give you a part of me?
I want to play something real quick. Just so somebody had asked. I wasn't sure if I wanted to play it today, but this is kind of what we're talking about. So this is the element that we now have got to address. I'm not going to say address, but this is what we have to deal with in our society. This is Nick Fuentes when he went off in his little rant.
Totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever be a female president. Never. There will never be a female president, ever. It's over. Glass ceiling. Dude, it's a ceiling made of fucking bricks. You will never break it. Your stupid face keeps hitting the brick ceiling. We will keep you down forever. You will never control your own bodies. You will never be the president of the global empire. Never gonna happen, sweetie. Your body, our choice. The feel.
That's the reality. That's my point. I don't have room for them in my life. None. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. The reality of the circumstance that we face is that there are people like that. There always have been people like that. There always will be people like that. They are not gettable, in my opinion. Jess, more power to you. From my perspective,
I'm not talking about him, though. I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people like Nick Fuentes. Yeah, and those people are the ones that I want. Like, if he can grasp their attention and their influence, how do we put a barrier between that and those people? And that's what I'm trying to, that's where I'm trying to land. And I'm not just trying to do that on TikTok. I want to take that into like the world outside to get more.
Thanks for jumping in today, friend. I have a lot of folks that are requesting. I appreciate you.
Like, I think that there can be a barrier between people like him and that messaging, because it is a known fact, and anyone who studies human brains, like that messaging, even though it's disgusting and gross and people like us see that, people who are indoctrinated don't think that that's disgusting and gross. They don't know the line. They don't know the difference between that and that being gross and disgusting. That's how they've been brought up, or that's what they've heard their whole lives, or whatever. And my line is trying to get him not to have as much influence on people before they're actually fully immersed in that.
I
And
totally
that's where
get it,
they're at.
Jess. I get it because I have I have plenty of clients I've helped deconstruct from many a cult. So yeah, you have to figure out how you can help with that.
Hey, Cass, how are you?
Hey guys, how are y'all doing?
Hi.
Doing
Hey
good.
Jess. I kind of came up to say, like, I'm having a very weird reaction to this, and I get everybody's perspective. I know they're disappointed, and I don't know if it's just that I've lived in Texas for 38 years and I'm used to disappointment, but like, I kind of saw this coming and it fucking sucks. But I think at this point, we got to concentrate on midterms and we got to concentrate on finding the things that we can do right now to make shit better. Like building community for people who may be affected by whatever bullshit legislation he has in mind, EOs, things like that. I this sucks, but it's not the end. And I feel like, Steve, to your point earlier, I was listening to you, the natural consequences are the best teacher, because if they don't understand it by now, they're just willfully ignorant. Like, that's just point blank bottom line.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think part of it is that they are woefully ignorant. I mean, our electorate is woefully ignorant, right? There's no doubt about that. But they know exactly, people, I mean, Nick Fuentes just happens to be, a loudmouth, but he's a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. I just believe that this has to, I mean, I hope that we're the ones that are wrong, that this economic platform that he has is going to benefit all of us. Doesn't excuse everything else, but that's what they voted for. They voted for this fantasy. They voted for the roid rage, Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan model. They voted because they don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they voted because they're sexist, bigoted racists.
Yeah.
And the system has to fail them. Natural consequences.
And I think that's why I was always pretty doubtful that she would win, because I just felt like racism and misogyny have been so predictable in this country for so fucking long. And she has almost the exact same electoral breakdown that Clinton did. I mean,
Exactly.
it was disappointing, but it was not shocking for me. And again, that may just be part of living with the constant disappointment of mini Trump land here. But yeah, I was just like, well, okay,
And to your point, Cass, I think that is that you made. Like, if you look at our country as as I do, as a clinician, our country is sick, right? We need to figure out the treatment plan, right? So yes, we need to reach people who we know should have voted. We need to reach people to help them understand what they voted for and feel their consequences. And on the other hand, we also need to be helping each other and making sure we build communities to help the people that are going to be so terribly impacted by what we know is to come. To your point, Steve, when we talked earlier, like, I'm scared for people. This is gonna hurt people. Yes. Mm-hmm. So what are we gonna do about that? We need to take care of each other.
Yeah.
It's the best thing we can do. We can anticipate their trajectory. MAGA has written it off. Think about how many times you have talked to MAGA and they have said, oh, that's not what he meant, or he meant it this way, or he was joking. They really don't take this seriously.
Nope.
We did.
It's that parent side eye, Steve. Like, yep,
yeah.
Oh, well, natural consequences. I know I wanted to be wrong, but yep, that was not a good thing, was it, little?
Yeah, and I think that's the point. And again, there's no one would be more intrigued trying to have conversations with everyone. But I've made the decision in my life that I cannot engage with someone who literally is celebrating taking away the rights of women, putting LGBTQA community under threat, tearing up the Constitution, rewriting our democratic, small d democratic norms. I'm not interested in that. That's why I think. So let's use the patriarchy to our advantage for a change. That's why I think white women are influenceable. Yes, that's why I think they are. For the exact reason that they've been caught up in the patriarchy. to remind them that this is what you voted for. This is what we've been telling you. This is what we told you what was going to happen. This is the reality of the circumstance. You made a decision based on something, whether you were misinformed, uninformed, or I think more importantly so, heavily influenced by the men in your life, right? Yes. Okay. Now that we know that, now that you know that, are you watching your retirement savings dwindle? Are you watching the price for a gallon of eggs go up? Are you watching the average price of gas go up? Are you watching the fact that you're paying 130% more for your oranges because we've mass deported millions of people? Are you seeing that? That's what we're talking about. And I don't know. I mean, I've been thinking for the past, spent a lot of time reflecting yesterday, and maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am, but I don't see how else we make the change, to Cass's point, to AD's point, to Brett's point, and even to your point, Jess. Unless that affects them, they're not going to change. And right now, because they come from this from a place of privilege, they don't have as much privilege as their white partners have, but they're still very privileged. Unless it hurts them, I don't see who or what, or it could be the most perfect message there is. It could be Shakespeare
Change
writing
your
that fucking message.
your subscription goal.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
And I mean, it wasn't just Trump that they elected, down ballot, right? Like the most ineffective Congress we've had, and we're even close.
No, and I don't think there's one direct
to me.
solution. I don't think there's one direct demographic of people that we need to just change minds on. I think that there's multiple solutions, and I think it's going to be a trickle effect of what's working and what's not. There's different options. It's not like we have one way and one way only of trying to move forward. I think that there's many different things that we can do and align with and support and be a part of, in order to try and make things, as to Cass's point, we have to worry about the next few years. We have to worry about the seats. We have to worry about other things, just not the presidential race. And I think there's many ways to do that. I don't think one person's opinion or point is, bad or worse, or I think that we just have to try and figure out a way to collage everything that we're saying and
Yeah, and we don't know what we
that.
don't know is to come. I mean, they could
Right.
25th Amendment the guy. That's a theory out there, right? Like that's the whole plan. Is this? Who knows?
I think the biggest thing that I see though is that that the Democrats are bad at marketing, just 100% marketing. So, who is the Joe Rogan of the Democratic Party? We don't have one. You know what I'm saying?
We also don't have anyone on X dispelling information from there unless they bring it here to us. We all left X. We were peace the fuck out. We are not dealing with this shit show of a place. And all of the misinformation starts there. Every time somebody comes here, it's always from there. It's always a dumb tweet or a dumb post.
I mean, to your point, Donald Trump probably won because he is an entertainer and he did entertaining things. He created, somebody said this on, I can't remember where I was watching, but somebody said he created content. We had people filming her as content. He created those moments, I guess, was the point.
They run better campaigns, just period, point blank. They run better campaigns because their messaging is simplistic.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I would say the numbers beg to differ, my friend.
No, it's not about a better campaign. It's not about a better campaign. They run a campaign based on lies, misinformation, and hate.
No, Steve, they run a campaign based on the intelligence of the electorate and the attention span of the electorate.
If you want to say their message gets through, but again, their message is based on lies, rhetoric, and hate.
Well, that's the attention span of the electorate. Squirrel. 30-second ad about how, Kamala approved transgender surgeries, and that's all they know. And so, that's bad. Vote. That's it.
Yeah,
I gotta drop because I gotta run into work, my friend. Thank you so much for having me up. I wish y'all the very best day, and I will talk to y'all soon.
Be well, Cass.
Thanks, Cass.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I have to agree with Steve. I think Harris ran a better campaign.
Amygdala hits, Marilyn. Yes.
the problem is, The Great Gatsby is a great book, right? But more people will read See Spot Run.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how great the campaign is if the messaging and the marketing isn't isn't simplistic for the
Yeah.
everyday average person. We see that Trump is
build the wall, fuck Joe Biden, lock her up.
3-word sentences.
3 words.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
and we
do
all
it.
know that's going to work
Where's the
until it
beef?
hits you in the face and affects you personally, where you're like, wait a minute, that ad doesn't jive with what I'm experiencing.
Absolutely. When we talk about the fuck around, find out period,
The find out is critical.
This is the real find out period for people.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. This is the find out period, right? And so, like I said, the problem is because I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I vote based off morals and a little bit of policies, right? Especially when it comes to firearm violence. But what I see the most, like I said earlier, is the marketing and the messaging is just so subpar from the Democratic Party because, I said, who's the left's Joe Rogan? We don't have one. Who's the left's Charlie Kirk? Who's the left's Nick Fuentes? You know what I'm saying? The Democratic Party does not boost creators enough and personalities enough to even combat that on a one-on-one, platform.
We don't have anybody controversial, I think. That's the thing, right? People love controversial.
I was going to say, we don't platform that hate, too.
Right.
Like,
That's
there
the
is
thing. I don't
nobody
know
that
who it
our
would be.
side would platform that would say anything that
controversial
Nick
doesn't have to
Fuentes
be.
would say.
Right, absolutely. But controversial doesn't have to mean hate.
No, absolutely.
That is the one reason why people even know me is because I'm controversial. I get kicked out of meetings. I get arrested for saying the F word, like all of these things, right? We need more controversial. We need more entertainment.
Yeah, I heard what you guys are saying. I think I want to just address something. I don't think it's not about whether or not he ran a better campaign. He ran a more impactful campaign. There's a difference between the two.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're campaigning on propping up the middle class and the preservation of human rights and protections for all in our community and giving everybody a chance and unity, that is an amazingly powerful message. When you are losing to someone who is lying, using Yahtzee rhetoric, calling everybody other than people who look like him the enemy from within, that's not a better campaign. That's just more impactful, catering to the roid rage, white man patriarchy. So there's a difference between.
I think that's the
better
most
and
disappointing
impactful.
thing is that now I see, the base of human behavior is the majority, right? Like that's who he reached.
Yes, I mean, Tona 8453 made a great comment. Saying she doesn't answer questions proves that their short attention span matters.
Squirrel.
Because she does answer questions, and she is thorough, and her policies are there, but they don't give a fuck. Nikki, you said you wanted to make some announcements?
I do. First of all, guys, we have almost 1,000 people in here. Jesus, sorry.
Yeah, almost 1,000 people in here, and the legs aren't moving. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah, the legs are not moving, and the shares are not moving. We've been at 250 shares since the beginning, and I keep asking people, so if y'all can just tap the screen, just push copy link one time. If everybody can push it one time, that'd be great because it'll just boost the live. And because we're on sub only, the engagement is a little bit lower, but we're trying to make sure that this is a safe space for everybody to deal with what we need to right now. And we're going forward. But so I need everybody to share it. I need everybody to tap on the top. There's the little heart. You can send the heart me. We can do that every day, once a day. I don't know if you can do it tonight. We are going live again tonight at 7:00. You could try it again then. I don't know if it's per live or per day. But that also boosts it out, shows engagement in the live. If you guys want to be a subscriber, you can subscribe in his bio, in the link tree. You can also just click on the top right over there where it's the little star on the right hand corner. It says $4.99 and $5.10. You can subscribe that way. In the subscriber Discord, we do have a couple things that are just subscriber only, and more things are coming. But we are going to be doing this more often, is turning on subscriber only comments because they're important conversations to have, and
Thank you, Nikki.
we feel it's a safe space. So if you guys can all do that, or great, everything's moving, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And if you want to join the Discord and you have a problem getting in, please just tag one of the mods on the bottom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, I want to be very clear. Everything that we're talking about, everybody's opinions on this panel are exceptional. There's no right or wrong. I just really think it's important that we start to be just honest with ourselves as to what happened, and the fact that there has been a movement in our country that has prioritized their anger, their hateful rhetoric over human rights.
And I
Accept it.
just and I just want to let you know that I'm not offended by this conversation or else I wouldn't be in it. I
I know that.
love the fact that we are able to have this conversation, and whether I seem frustrated or not, I'm not frustrated with this conversation. I'm frustrated because I want a better pathway to move forward, and I just want us to be able to figure that out. And that has nothing to do with you or anyone else. I think this
I know.
conversation is probably the most important conversation we're going to have from here on out.
Yeah,
This
these are the
conversation is
conversations.
important.
Absolutely agree. VT, how are you, friend?
I'm well. I don't disagree with anything anyone is saying, but I was reading Ahmed's Baba's article, and he made some very interesting points that I want to just kind of put in everybody's ear. The fact that every governing party facing election in a developed country this year lost vote share the first time in history.
I know.
So when in the UK, when the Labour Party delivered their worst loss in decades, that was this year. Now, that's is not just happening here, where people are either sitting out elections or voting against their best interest. Part of it is just even though Biden did great things to reduce our inflation, and we know all these stats, and we know what's going on with the economy, people don't feel it in their ability to live their lives, and they say, well, I hear all this talk about human rights, but life's kind of sucking right now, so I don't feel the need to go vote. And I don't think it was really that his messaging was any better or that our messaging wasn't good, but just people didn't feel as engaged to go vote because inflation was so bad worldwide, and there's a worldwide kind of reaction to that by flipping their government in ways that aren't good for anybody.
Yeah, real quick, Christy, David, and Darius, and Aaron, thank you guys very much for your donations on Venmo. Much appreciated.
And Chrissy Killshot also Venmoed me, and she said, "Are you a microwave? Because damn,
That was for you.
that was for me."
Yes.
I love her.
So I don't disagree. So the radicalization of the world is kind of what you're talking about. And that's what we see. We see, again, this goes right to the core of our conversation today about how the patriarchy and toxic masculinity has a really strong hold on the world. No news. That's not news to any of the women who are in here listening, but as a cautionary tale, when you become so heavily influenced by something like that, you are drawn to a movement that involves those people. So people who idolize Joe Rogan or Andrew Tate or Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or Nick Fuentes, they are all in on their toxic masculinity. They are all in on their Christian nationalism. They are all in on their hatred. So then they also are able to convince the undereducated or the poorly educated in our country that to be a man, you got to vote this way. To be a man, you can't vote for a woman. To be a man, you can't vote for Democrats because they paint their fingernails. To be a man, to get what we have, come into the tent. And then once they're in based on that message, their message is supported. Yeah. And they're out to recruit others. That's the hard part. So again, everybody's points here are incredibly valid, and I want to reach everyone. But when you have been conditioned by your dad and by your grandfather that you can speak to women the way that you do, that women have a role and the role is very small, it's to breed and it's to make macaroni and cheese. You can't win in that way. You can't win. What you need to do is find people as to why they're apathetic. Electoral college. 7 million people in California feel like they don't have a voice. And guess what? They don't. That's the reality.
Yep.
They don't. 7 million people, or 2 million people, 3 million people in New York don't have a voice, and they don't. That's a hard pill for us to swallow. The electoral college, we could always blame it on that. But he won the popular vote too. He won the popular vote
He
too.
won it all, and and they took the Senate. Like something was drastically wrong here.
Well, and on a global scale, what's the one thing we've all gone through globally? That was a pandemic. What did the pandemic do? It isolated people. What do we do when we're in isolation? Well, I guess we only have media to consume. Well, what media will we consume? Whatever we're drawn to. So, and here we are, the apathy.
Yeah, and again, the Jeep, and I've seen others. People still think there's this conspiracy. Like there's 14 million. No, there's 14 million votes that are missing from the last time.
Yeah.
It's not that ballots are missing. There's 14 million voters that are missing from the last
Means
time.
they didn't show up.
That means they
Yep.
didn't show
Means
up.
they didn't. They just didn't. They just decided after watching everything, after seeing it all, they still said my vote doesn't matter, which is a conspiracy in itself. Because when you don't show up and you say my vote doesn't matter, other people say their vote doesn't matter, and then we have this.
But it
And this
kind
is
of
where we
doesn't
are.
matter when we've got the electoral college, right? To Steve's point, like that's got to, no matter what you voted for, that's got to stop. I'm cool with him winning the popular vote. I think I'd rather that, right? I'd rather that. I'd have another level of piss offedness if that wasn't the case this time.
VT, anything else to add, friend?
My last thing is I also don't want to ignore the fact that there is a multi-billion-dollar media machine that did his messaging for him.
Oh yeah.
And another country.
And another, yeah, he
Yeah. Multiple other countries.
you know, Fox News is out here in every home, in every airport, blasting his messaging, lying because they're Fox Entertainment with the word news in there, sharing their opinions, asking questions in ways that are blatantly obvious to people who think, but they're out there doing his messaging on his behalf so he can say whatever the hell he wants when they're just going to spin it for him.
Exactly. I mean, it's not just Fox. I mean, CNN did not cover this campaign equitably.
Thank you. I was just going to say that.
Like,
Like, I'm not that impressed with any media, really.
yeah, they didn't address his lies during the debate. They didn't cover his rhetoric like it was. The fact that, I mean, if you want to be a responsible journalist, then you can't come up there and say, Kamala Harris, there's talk that she's not being very clear with the message. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is talking about citizens locking people up. If you're not talking about that shit the right way, then of course people are going to think it's not as serious, right? I mean, listen, as somebody who's worked in media, I understand how it's important. You're drawn to the people that give you the ratings. That's the reality. I understand that. That's the system that we live in. And Trump is a lot more exciting for people to talk about because it's the amygdala response, whatever it might be. That's all part of it. The circumstance that we fall into, which is why people come to us for the news, because we're going to call it out as to what it is. Now, am I biased? I'm not biased in my morality. There's no way. I'm not fucking biased in my morality. But when we look at what we have, you've got a clear contrast between two sets of beliefs. Yes. One group of people in our country don't give a fuck about rights. They just don't care. They just do not care. And
if they do, even if they do,
I just want to say this real quick. You and I went back and forth on this a little bit yesterday. They believe, the people that voted for him and support him truly believe that they are on the right side of the preservation of rights. They believe that defending life in utero is what's important. They believe that protecting their daughters from trans people walking into their bathroom is the right thing, or that trans people in sports is the right thing. They believe that having more money in their pocket allows them to be a better provider for their family. So they believe that they're on the right side, on the correct side of history. They believe that. They genuinely believe that.
As hard as we believe what we believe, like that's their commitment is just as strong. I think that's the frustrating part.
It is.
Well, they say things like she's going to bring back rights for women. Well, what about the rights for the unborn?
Exactly. Those are the things they're going to say. in our simple, excuse me, our simple rebuttal to that is like, we just want women to have choices.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Or just we trust women
Yeah.
to make the choices that are best for them. Just like, hello.
VT, thanks for jumping in today, bro. I appreciate you very much. See you later. Again, I want to be very, very, very clear. Okay, we're not this. The fight just begins. You know, we are the resistance. Welcome. You know, the reality of the circumstance is that we're not going to change every mind, and we can't. And it's a waste of time to think that we can. What we can do is remind people what it exactly was that they voted for and why. Remind them that we've been telling them for months that Project 2025 is the Republican playbook, and they said, no, Trump is disassociated. And then literally the day after, Matt Walsh, Benny Johnson, Steve Bannon, and others said, oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, this has been the playbook all along. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, we
No
need
shit.
to point out that, hey, this is
misinformation. The reason they wanted to distance themselves from Project 2025 and his supporters didn't want to believe it is because they know how bad it was. And now they have to fucking deal with it. Sadly.
Kind of the same way, you know, the Supreme Court nominees said, no, it's settled law. And yeah, no, it really wasn't.
It wasn't. Yeah. Everybody, please keep tapping, friends. We're a little slow. I just need your help, guys, so we can stay on the FYP. Give everybody 30 seconds of power tapping, please. Would really, really appreciate that. Please consider gifting. Please consider subscribing. There's a gifting goal. Please join our team if you haven't already. By the way, over in the link tree in my bio, I want to remind people of what's referred to as the Sunflower Project. Now, we know that the Ukrainian situation and global security is at risk. We have to accept the reality of that. There are people that are suffering in Ukraine as it currently sits. And I think the suffering is going to increase because I can guarantee you they are celebrating in the Kremlin today and yesterday and the day before. So I would encourage people to check out the Sunflower Project, which is a friend of ours, Tom at Dagger Apparel, has created these amazing shirts. And monies from those sales go directly to support the largest orphanage in Ukraine. And Tom and I are going to be talking about even going deeper on a collab because this is what I'm talking about, what we need to do now. We need to shift our gears away from trying to convince people to vote differently to understanding the impact, not only domestically, but globally on communities that will be harmed and how we can do it. This space will become an advocacy voice, even more so than it's been all along, to promote these causes. I know Brett's involved in numerous causes. I know AD and Lefty, and we're all involved in causes. Well, that's what we're going to do because we can't depend on the majority of our country to defend those rights, so it's on us. We will be loud, we will be obnoxious, we will be good trouble. We are the resistance.
I don't know about good trouble. Depends.
I want to be bad trouble. I'm going to be bad trouble.
Depends on where we're at and how I wake up in the morning.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Hey, Ben.
Morning, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
How is everybody?
We're here. We are the resistance.
I was good until you got here, man. I'm just messing with you.
What's on your mind today, brother? Hey, Ben.
No, I'm just still, you know, we talked about it, and I still don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep cutting out. You keep
let me drop and come back. I think yeah.
Steve, JBM Reptile is my boyfriend. I don't know if you remember or not. He's in the queue.
I do. Yeah, I do. I'm going to bring up, Leah's been waiting for a while, and then we'll bring up Ben again. We'll bring up JBM. Everybody
It's
just
always
be patient
scary
today.
when he
We'll try to have
requests.
as many conversation as we can. I appreciate y'all being here. Hi, Leah. How are you?
Hi. Well, could be better. But I'm a person who works in higher education at a state institution. And right now I am terrified for my students for the
Hang on 1
sorority.
second, Leah. Hey, guys, we're going to turn the comments off. We just really need folks to start tapping, friends. It's going to be tough for us to stay on the FYP. So we're going to turn the comments off until we hit 350,000 likes. So, Nikki, if you could turn the comments off, we'd appreciate that. We all work together to hit 350K. Please share. Please, you know the drill. We have to stay on the FYP, friends. Thank you very much. 350,000 likes. We'll turn it back on. Hey, Leah.
Hey, so as I was saying, you know, I'm scared for the sorority women I advise. I'm an advisor to a chapter here on campus, and I'm scared for my position because I'm centered in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm scared for the minorities that I work with. I work with rape victims and SA survivors, and they're already reeling from Trump changes when he was in office. Their ability to get justice and to have their cases heard has already been so heavily impacted. And I'm turning this fear into a firmly welded spear because I refuse to let it control me. I've signed up for ACLU alerts, so I'm getting those. My local, we have a local pride center here in my city, and they're doing a kind of a meeting today to discuss local action and discuss, how do we stay involved and stay in the fight. And, I feared this outcome. I feared what's going to happen. The Department of Education being taken away. They manage student loans. I have student loan debt. I was on the SAVE program. I had an income-driven repayment. There's no private or public entity out there that is prepared to take on those loans and manage those loans with the Department of Education gone. And so what's going to happen to those loans? They're going to go to private companies. Will income-driven repayment plans be a possibility? Who knows? So there's a lot to be scared of. There's a lot to be afraid of. But I'm just turning that fear into a weapon because it's the only way I can stay sane. My husband and I, we appear on a heterosexual couple, and we are utilizing our white skin and the privilege of the appearance that we are a heterosexual couple to turn our home into a safe house for our trans and non-binary friends.
Right.
We're getting armed. We're preparing for the worst because we live deep, deep, deep in Trump country. And, I wouldn't even put a Kamala sign in my yard because I was afraid that would make us a target in my community.
Leah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And this may be too personal, but I'm trying to just grasp like an understanding. But if I ask a question that's too personal, just tell me to fuck off. I'm totally okay with that. But did you grow up in a Democratic household?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I grew up in Detroit. I haven't lived here I'm in Indiana right now. So I haven't lived here in Indiana my whole life. I've lived here a good portion of my adult life, just because work took me here. So I was never moving here because I wanted to live in Indiana. It was where the work was for the industry that I was in prior to getting my graduate degree and getting into higher education. And then after I graduated in May of 23 with my degree in student affairs and higher education, and then got hired by the school that I went to for that. And so we ended up staying here. And I have a stepson whose mother lives in a city about an hour and a half away. And so we have to stay here. There's no leaving for us until 'cause she's a Trumper.
Yeah.
And
You
have
shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. That's the point. That's what we're trying to fix here.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to having to think about your child's school district or what state you live in order to make sure you have rights or your children have rights. That shouldn't be the topic of conversation when looking for a home or looking for work. And that's crazy that that's even a topic of conversation. Like that's crazy to me that this is what we've come to as a country in large. It just disturbs me. Did your family talk about politics when you were growing up? I'm just trying to gauge the demographic and like where they come from and the opinions.
My family was UAW Democrats growing up. My grandfather worked for Cadillac for 50 years. My dad has worked for Chrysler for the last 30 years. Although he's become a Trumper in the last few years, which don't tell me why. I don't know how that happened, but it's been a point of contention and a real drain on our relationship. Because he has a gay son and he has a queer daughter, and he's actually voting against our rights. My husband and I were planning to try to have children this year, and now my husband's getting a vasectomy. I will never be a biological mother because of what has now happened with this election.
Well, I'm incredibly sorry about that. I thank you for jumping in today, and I understand your situation, and a cautionary tale to everybody: no matter where you are. Again, this is my privilege showing. I can stand up because I can fit into any circle anywhere in the country, and I've got permission just because of what I look like. Other people cannot. Everybody needs to protect their peace. So, Leah, thank you for jumping in this morning. I appreciate it.
And Leah, I just want to say I love your attitude about using your anger and fear to fuel you, and keep that energy, my friend.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. I just want to remind people of a few things. Everybody, please keep, again, 350K. We'll turn the likes back on. Please consider joining the team here too. This is in response. This is what we're talking about now. So you guys remember the name Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters is the state superintendent in Oklahoma. He's the guy that has talked about, Bibles in classrooms and, the whole 9 yards. So this is mandating that. So this is as of yesterday, November 7th, 2024. Regarding the elimination of U.S. Department of Education. This went to all Oklahoma public school superintendents, from Ryan Walters, the state superintendent of public instruction. Federal government has hijacked our education system. That's how it starts. Using taxpayer dollars to impose harmful policies and control what is taught in our schools. This memo addresses 5 major areas where eliminating the U.S. DOE and moving to block grants would restore authority to states, allowing communities, not Washington bureaucrats, to decide what is best for their children. Number 1, championing parenting rights, parents' rights. The Biden administration labeled parents as threats and tried to silence their concerns. Again, not true. States, when restored control, will ensure parents' voices are not just heard but respected. 2, ending social indoctrination in classrooms. Federal funds have been used to force radical agendas like promoting boys and girls sports and pushing divisive gender and racial ideologies. With block grants, states can reject these mandates and focus on real education over propaganda. 3, protecting patriotism in curriculum. Schools are pressured to teach books that undermine American values and ignore the truth about American history. By removing federal overreach, states can make sure students learn a patriotic curriculum that respects our country and honors our shared heritage. 4, stopping illegal immigration's impact on schools. Open border policies flood schools with unregulated demands, stretching resources meant for American kids. States free from federal overreach could manage these impacts in ways that protect classrooms and prioritize their communities. And 5, blocking foreign influence in our schools. Federal policies tie funding to outside agendas, allowing China and other adversaries to infiltrate our education system. Without federal strings, states could reject foreign interference and ensure schools promote only American values. As we prepare for important and impactful changes to public education policy in the coming months, the Oklahoma State Department of Education will be directing agency resources to ensure the above priorities are championed and that Oklahoma schools are equipped to smoothly adapt while maintaining the highest standards of education for our students. This right here, in my opinion.
Are we sure that was Oklahoma? Because that sounds a lot more like North Korea.
Thank you. This right here kind of proves the point of what we've been talking about today. This is a well-educated man who knows the things he's talking about are fucking nonsense, are absolute nonsense, and he's doing it anyway. And you asked this question. I've asked this question to hundreds of times to people. You support school vouchers? Who pays the difference? They can't answer the question.
It's completely sensical. If
Oklahoma
you're
bottom 10 in education quality, by the way. So again, this is what we're talking about. This is why I hope that message for people in Oklahoma who voted for the preservation of human rights will get on a school board. If you don't, shame on you. If you don't run for town office, shame on you.
I mean, it makes perfect sense if you
don't run for your select board, shame on you.
If your
they
goal
voted
is
for Trump, they're
submission,
probably not going to do that.
right? I mean, I said it makes perfect sense if your goal is submission, the electorate will submit to the power.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the point. I mean, that encapsulates
Mhm.
everything that we've been talking about here. A series of lies. The Biden administration has labeled parents as threats.
It's the psyop, Steve.
It is the psyop. So again, that's the point. So if people are gonna buy into that message, then there's no contradictory message that will convince them otherwise. None. And I'm a
We know.
communicator. And I'm a
They
communicator.
prefer.
It's
Yeah.
the people that are caught in between. Those are the people, and I think predominantly it's white women. That's the message. It's white women. That ad was directed at them. That said, two couples show up at a polling location at the same time. The guys, oh yeah, don't worry. She hates the guy, but she'll vote for him. Well, she didn't vote for him because she felt pressure from her husband. She shouldn't have to feel pressure. And it's about moms convincing their boys to be different.
And I think that ad may have been a bad. I think that was a bad. It was a good ad. I reposted it, but I think it was bad in the sense of making men a little bit more aware to watch their wives, or it could have sent a lot of different messages. I think it was just a bad time to challenge the patriarchy, and I feel like that's what that message did.
When's a
good
to
time?
challenge?
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say. I don't know.
We lost the election, so maybe once we had the power to challenge the patriarchy,
Nah, I don't know. I mean, to quote our comforter in chief, like I said, just because a defeat does not mean we are defeated. We're gonna take. This is what Glennon Doyle was talking about in the White Women for Harris call when she said we need to be okay. We need to get in there and be ready to kick some ass, and we also need to be willing to get our ass kicked because that's what it takes. We're gonna get our ass kicked, and then
I
we're
agree
gonna
with
get
that.
up. Yeah.
And I agree with that, and I'm willing to do the work. I just think
Right on.
sometimes we need to know when it's time to get our ass kicked.
Yeah. Anytime we need to, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, the patriarchy. I mean, if we're looking for the right spot to confront the patriarchy, then it's already too late. I mean, we have to be confronting it every day. This is what it is. I mean, Lyndon Johnson said it best. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket.
Yeah.
He'll give somebody to look down on. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you.
The two people, like to the Heather Cox Richardson analogy on the podcast I talked about, you take 10 people, you convince the 6 in the middle, they need to gang up with the 2 that want power to not become the 2 on the bottom that you're ganging up on, right? Like, that's it.
That's right. About 25,000, 30,000 more to go, guys. We're going to turn the comments back on. Hey, JB, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Hi.
Oh,
Good
Jess
morning.
is nervous right now because I'm on. I can tell.
Never know what you're going to say.
But you might be proud of me. So today, I'm a truck driver, a straight white man. So everyone is clear on that. But I was talking to somebody, which she wanted it to be known. She can't be on this live because she has cameras in her truck. But we were down for like 30 minutes, and I had a good conversation because she was crying. And she wanted it known that she is a transgender woman that is in the truck driving community, which is obviously very Republican. And I just happened to look over and I saw her crying. So, I just went over and talked to her. And after talking and me talking to her, I gave her a hug and all that. And a bunch of other guys that I know jumped out of the trucks and we all just started talking. She actually wanted me to share a message to you guys because she can't jump on. And her thing is being a transgender woman in America with how it is her exact words is the white man sees the LGBTQ community as a bunch of crybabies. I'm not trying to piss anyone off with what I'm saying. I'm just relaying a message.
Yeah.
And she is a very good truck driver. I see her all the time, and she just wants everyone in her community to try and do what the white man is doing. Like, for example, what she said is get into a truck, drive that truck, be the best at what you could do. Like, don't be a crybaby about, oh, poor me, I can't do this, I can't do that, which I agreed with her. And
Now
so
that's
did these,
privilege.
these tough bearded, whatever you want to call them, Republicans. And she actually changed a lot of how they feel towards that community, which,
Humanizing her, right?
but she's like,
She humanized herself. She was
yeah.
humanized in that scenario. For people who maybe not had seen her, but heard about transgender and never been in that situation, they dehumanize it because they don't have a direct correlation to it. Exactly what Steve has been talking about all day. It's never been personalized for them. They've never felt the effects of it. But when you're in someone's face, it's hard to say, I hate you, or I don't like you, or you're this or you're that. When you see them, you humanize them. And that's what happened there. And I'm glad that happened for her.
And her main thing, and she told everyone to be brutally honest, how exactly your views are on this, that, and the other thing. And what a lot of the guys did say was that we don't really want to be associated with people that are literally crybabies about every little thing. Like, okay, yes, this is a horrible election for the women and for the LGBTQ community. Like,
LGBTQ. I know it's hard. Go ahead.
well, anyway. Yes, I would love for everyone to have their rights and all that. For all that, I stand with everybody, and I love all of you. Everyone keep doing your thing. But now it's time to just fight. Do what you gotta do. Yep. Do what you gotta do. Like, do the jobs that the men are doing. Do the jobs that other people are doing. Like, do it better than them. I want people to come in and be better than me at what I do.
Absolutely. Thanks, brother, for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
See you later. I found this quote, and I think it's telling, right? One of the reasons Democrats are more anxious about this election is because if Trump wins, we lose rights, a strong economy, healthcare, democracy. And if Harris wins, Trump supporters lose nothing. Trump wins, we lose rights, a strong economy, healthcare, democracy. And if Harris wins, Trump supporters lose nothing.
That's what they think. They don't realize what they're about to.
Yep, exactly. Everybody, we're almost there. Almost there. 17,000 likes to go. We'll turn the comments back on, friends. Thank you very much. Precious, how are you today?
I'm doing okay, but I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you speak a little bit more? I want to make sure I'm okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got you. Can you hear us now?
Oh, okay. Okay, now it's better. I'm so sorry. I really respect you. I respect what you're doing here. And I hope that I'm not out of line, but I am desperately I'm desperately wanting to ask a question.
Ask.
Why isn't there an investigation going on over the election results? Because I saw a lot of red flags. I can't be the only one.
Well, Precious, let's talk about it for a second, okay? Let's talk about it. We have a comparison, right, to Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. What do they have in common?
They're women.
Okay. Donald Trump has run in 3 presidential elections. What happened in the first one, 2016?
I think, I don't know much of, 2016.
Yep. He won. He beat Hillary, right?
Yeah.
He ran against Joe Biden. He lost.
Yes.
He ran against Kamala Harris. He beat her, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think we should overthink it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that he beat her. That's my problem. I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
He did, Precious.
I mean, we have no evidence that he didn't.
But nobody's looking at the evidence.
Well,
yeah, Precious, but we can't. If we focus on that, then we're conspiracy theories, just like them, and we don't want to buckle down on that, because I feel like if we do that, our messaging definitely gets skewed.
Yeah, again,
100%. Then nobody will ever trust us and what we say ever again. We just can't buckle down on that, my love.
See, that's what I'm getting. Every time I try to ask this question, I get resistance.
Well,
It's not
maybe
about
that's for a
resistance,
reason.
Precious. It's not about resistance, okay? The reality is that we want a better outcome. But America told us because 15 million people just didn't show up. It's not like these ballots are missing. It's people didn't show up to vote.
It's
So
your
what you're
grief
talking about
showing.
is the delta between 2020 and 2024. And it's not because of a conspiracy theory. It's not because things are missing. It's because voters didn't show up.
Have you not heard about ballots missing and about how people didn't get their ballots? Have
Precious.
you not, did you not see those lines? Did you
Precious,
not see the
but
rallies?
we're not missing 15 million votes. We can't say that. That's not a logical thing to say. That the more understandable answer is that 15 million people just didn't show up. Like, yes, I'm sure there was election stuff going on everywhere, and we said this about Trump's administration too. Like, but not enough to cause a difference of what the election results were. Like the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can move forward. They're going to challenge. I'm hoping, Precious. Hold on. I'm sure they're going to challenge whatever they need to challenge. I just don't feel like us talking about that and making that a point of concession is productive to the conversation for us.
Okay, so are you saying they are investigating?
I'm saying I'm sure they're going to. I don't think there's anything happening yet.
What I'm saying is that if there was levels of fraud and there were all these kinds of things out there that existed, they would be investigating. What I'm encouraging you to do is just accept the fact that hate and rhetoric won.
Don't forget, Precious, Kamala's an attorney.
People didn't show up, Precious. People just didn't show up.
And focus that energy on trying to convince the next time for people to show up. Like, maybe take that energy.
I did
and put
everything
it towards,
I could.
and I'm not saying you didn't, and I totally understand that, and I'm very grateful for all the work that you've done, and I appreciate that because it's so important. I just don't want you to get so focused on this that you lose momentum in continuing to do everything you can.
I am. I just
Precious,
hopefully, like what Amy Dawn just said about her being an attorney.
Right. You got to trust that if there is any nefarious stuff, if anybody will make sure that that's handled, it's her and her campaign, right? You just got to trust that. And, if whatever is at hand will be found out, like you got to trust that and then put your energy towards having conversations that matter to Jess's point, right? Like, don't use your mental bandwidth to spool up stuff that isn't even a thing.
I mean,
I know I can't do it by myself, so I'm gonna have to trust Harris.
Right.
I'm gonna have to trust her.
Somebody just asked the question in the chat. Should we be afraid to ask the question, did they cheat? No. We should not be afraid to ask the question. The problem is that none of us can understand why Donald Trump won. And I'm saying to you, it's time to understand it.
Right. It's the grief talking that makes you want to believe that.
It's time to accept the fact that the majority of Americans that voted chose that.
And we're even having internal conversations that are uncomfortable for us to try and make an understanding. Like, those are the conversations that need to be had. The conversations that need to be had are about moving forward, whether we agree or disagree or whatever on how to move forward. We just need to move forward. We need to let the law and let the government do what they do. We need to let them work on that, and we need to work on how to move forward. We need to work on midterms. We need to work on the next election. We need to work on that. And when we unclarify our message of trying to move this country forward when talking about election results and that kind of stuff, that's not up to us to decipher. We're not attorneys. We don't work for the government. We don't know those things. So we can't talk about those things as a large. I'm not saying we can't talk about them. I just don't feel like spending this much time on a live in front of 900 people on something that we can't even prove is a true thing is productive.
Yeah,
I've been on here a total of maybe 3 minutes.
We just don't know what we don't
Precious, I
know
wasn't
yet.
saying that, but you're obviously you're very hurt, and I understand that, and I don't think you're going to listen to anything I have to say. So
That's not true. I am listening, and it is making me feel better to what Amy said and what you said. I just needed to know that they are looking into it. That's
Of course they
all
are.
I want to know.
Of course they are.
Because, like, if you have a car wreck, everybody investigates who is at fault. I just want to know because I saw the lines, I saw the rallies. I also heard about the threats made by Russia at the polling places. I saw several different things that are just not adding up. This reminds me of his ear. It doesn't make sense. I
What
am not a
makes
conspiracy theorist.
what makes sense is that America is inherently racist and misogynistic, and that is how Trump won.
and people just didn't show up.
It's
I think
so
it's that
sad.
simple. I think it's that
Because
simple.
of the misogyny. To Steve's point, which I think he was getting to earlier, we have the comparisons, right? When Trump ran against Hillary or Clinton, and when Trump ran against Harris, same outcomes, right? But when Trump ran against Biden, it was different. And the only thing different is that Biden was a man. So more people came out and voted because he was a man.
Well,
That's
I
just
am just so
simple
lucky.
reality.
We know if it was Mr.
I am so lucky that I have been married to a white man that does not think like these people that voted this way.
You are lucky.
I am so fortunate because it is just disgusting. And now we are looking at so much fallout.
So you keep fighting, Precious. That's it.
Keep fighting,
Just keep
Precious.
having
Oh, I
conversations.
don't have a choice. I
You're
have
right.
three grandsons and a granddaughter, and I live in Texas. I have voted Democrat my whole life. So has my husband, and we are both in our 60s. It's just that we
Right,
were born in Texas.
right, Precious. So I'm in Texas as well. And the thing is that I want to ask you this. What literally has changed from 3 days ago to now? Because we've been in this fight for a long time. We're going to continue to be in this fight. We've been having this fight for women's rights since June of 2022. That didn't change.
Well, what has changed is now we have this Satan's helper
Right.
as a
But
president elect.
right, and we have to think about the good things though, right? So we see the people like Nick Fuentes coming out and everything like that. It's easier to identify the racists, the bigots, the misogynists when they're loud and proud about it. And so like I said, we got to look at the silver lining of things. Now we can see these people for who they truly are, and we can do something about it. When people are hiding, when the snakes are in the grass and they're not popping their heads up, it's hard to combat this. So now we're able to actually combat this a little bit easier because we can see these people because they're being loud about it.
Well, I appreciate y'all's time. I do feel somewhat better after talking to you.
Just remember who she is. You voted for the woman.
That's right.
You know who she is. Trust that she'll take care of it. If there's any nefarious stuff, we'll know. We'll know. Trust that.
I voted for Hillary. I didn't want to go through that again. I'm so disappointed in the American people.
We all are.
I'm disappointed in Elon Musk. Elon Musk, if it wasn't for him, Trump never would have won.
It's not true, Precious.
Yeah.
How is that? He is his number one donator.
I understand that, but it's still about the people who didn't show up to vote, Precious. It's still about
A
that.
third of the country, a third of registered voters turned out. A third, Precious. A third. It's not okay.
Okay. I don't want to waste any more of y'all's time, and
Never a waste.
I will continue to try to understand it, but I'm just having a hard time accepting this.
We all are.
It's the
okay.
stages of grief. I get it. Thank you for being here, Precious. Come back
Thank
tonight.
you.
when
Have
we're
a good
talking
day.
Come back tonight at 7 p.m. We're gonna sort of unpack the mental health side of this thing. Are you okay?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you,
Great.
Precious.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you. All right, bye. I made this note to myself. All right. Basically, Trump said things are bad, and I'm going to make it good. That's it. Things are bad. I'm going to make it good.
Didn't say how.
I'm going to tap into your deepest,
vibes.
darkest fears.
I mean, one thing is,
Your
I'll give.
vibes.
Yep. And I don't want to dismiss what Precious is talking about, but we have to be honest with ourselves. You know,
Yeah, and
we sat for 4 years saying Trumpers running around saying you cheated. We're like, no, people just decided they wanted Joe Biden. They didn't want Donald Trump. People decided they wanted Donald Trump and not Kamala Harris. Okay.
They want to change. The one thing they'll vote for is change. That's it.
Yep.
And I'm not negating that it's possibility that something happened. I'm just not focusing on that. That's not where my attention needs to be. I'm not a lawyer. I can't do that. My brain will go, it'll melt.
I only have so much bandwidth, and
it'll
that's
melt.
that
right.
can't be part of it.
That's right. Greg, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Steve. Boy,
Hi,
I tell
Greg.
you,
Hey, legend.
Oh, this is just so horrible. From somebody who worked on Republican campaigns, I've been really unpacking, trying to figure out what we did wrong. I've gotten some interactions from Rick Wilson, and just trying to figure out what we did wrong. You know, one thing that we always counted on, and when I say we, I'm talking about in working in Republican spaces, we always counted on Democrats relying on policy and listening to policy wonks. And a policy wonk is nothing more than an expert, and the other side has showed us they have no respect for what an expert has to say. So I think we ran a campaign of policy, and which was great policy, but they ran on three things: the border, transgender issues, and the economy.
Correct.
They ran a reality show.
They did.
Everything that people fear.
We always laughed about that. When I worked on Saxby Chambliss' senatorial campaign, we just thought it was so funny because they would get lost in the details, and they didn't understand that it had to be narrowed down to a bumper sticker. And admittedly, I have gotten that way. I have gotten to where I overanalyze everything to the point that when, before I say anything, I weed it out, man. And by the time I post something, it's so sanitized that it loses its fire. And I'm afraid that that's one of the things we did. And that's one of the things the Lincoln Project did the whole campaign is if you look at their ads were targeted at the right. They were targeted towards that Republican on the fence kind of, and they were pretty harsh. I lost several accounts, my best account from Lincoln Project ads, and it was just because they were fighting fire with fire. But we do have to accept, Precious, I get what she's saying. I don't understand either. But rallies don't determine elections. We've been telling MAGA that for 4 years. We have to do what's right. We've got to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off. Lincoln Project is still going to be there. I'm still going to be there. You know what? We lost this election. That doesn't mean we were wrong.
Correct.
That just means we lost.
He
won big. He brought a bunch of Republicans with him. America knew exactly who he was, and that's what they wanted.
To your point, they narrow it down to a bumper sticker, and that's how people's brains work. That is exactly right.
We've got to point out every time, and it's not so much I told you so. Maybe the approach would be I tried to warn you.
Exactly.
But that was the best example you were talking about this morning. The company that's pulling back Christmas bonuses because
of we told you so.
Because of the tariffs. Hey, we tried to warn you. That being said, my sister-in-law called my wife the day after the election and said, "Oh, isn't it wonderful Trump won?" My wife's like, "Are you kidding me?" But you and Craig are both veterans. I thought you would love Trump. And then she went on to explain and everything. Here's what she said. She said, "I listened to Kamala Harris and I never heard her mention God once." That's not true, because right after that, I went and took a shower and had Kamala's concession speech playing, and the last two sentences were "God bless you" and "God bless the United States of America." They
And
only hear what they
yes.
want to hear.
In
They hear
fact,
what their
she
preachers are telling them, and it's just that's what it was. And then she went on to how great of a businessman he was. Had no, my wife, she just said, "Well, he's declared bankruptcy." "Oh, I didn't know that." And I said, "Honey, he's done it 6 times." And she said she didn't even know he had declared once. They don't pay attention. We've got the next time, it's got to be narrowed and focused. And like right now, the Democrat, including myself, we're all standing in a circular firing squad, pointing fingers at each other. We've got to pull together. We've got to make our message short, simple, sweet, to the point, and not be baited, because just like the transgender stuff, we were baited in to that because it was nothing but to try to, or another one, the Palestine issue. We all know what this means for Palestine, but they had our side refusing to come out and vote, calling Joe Biden G-side Joe.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm just on a soapbox. I mean, I just think we all need to regroup and shorten our message, get it narrowed, focused in, and come out swinging, because we do have an opportunity. We're going to pick people up, because the people who voted for him are getting ready to have a very rude awakening.
And to your point, Greg, the whole point is that we take for granted that the way we look at this in our breaking down and our critical thinking, we take for granted that everybody, like, we assume that from our perspective that other people are critical thinkers like us, and they're just not. They're just not.
Yeah.
I think to your point, Greg, I think, again, I want to make it very clear. Sure. But when you're messaging against lies and hate, that is a difficult challenge, because
like
your only opportunity is to say, okay, like if we're going to, I'm thinking about these off the cuff. They always lie. That's a 3-word response to anything the Republicans do. They always lie. They hate America. Again.
And it doesn't matter what's behind that. Even if you tell them, here's everything against that, that slogan is so catchy that nothing else
We need to adopt the same hyperbole that they do.
Nothing else matters. You could tell them this is why they hate it. This is why they hate America. This is why they do this. It doesn't matter, because they're like, oh, well, he said he doesn't.
No, it's hashtag mentality. That's it.
Yeah, it's character speak. Yep.
It's terrifying. I picked my daughter up from her dorm yesterday, and she was crying. If they do away with Department of Education, what's that going to mean? Will I be able to finish college? Of course, I've done the daddy thing and said, I don't, look, I'll make sure you get to finish no matter what. But
exactly,
it's so terrifying for so many people, and it's so disheartening. And I don't know. That's killing me, because I don't know what to tell my own family. How are we going to fight through this? Because with not having the House, the Senate, or the executive, I mean, how do we fight? But we'll figure it out. We're going to. The one thing we're not going to do is lay down.
Exactly. We are the resistance. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, sir.
See you later. You got it.
So you guys heard my fish tank so loud before, so my headphones are obviously crazy loud, and I think it's so funny that you guys cannot hear this monster snoring. He's snoring so.
Don't hear him at all. Don't hear him.
Clearly the water came through, but not the snores.
We do have a chance in the House. Yeah, that race is not settled. There's a lot of, and I was looking at the map, and it looks like there's more flippable Democrat seats that are still on the map than flippable Republican seats to Democrats.
Is there?
The other way around. So I was just looking at that, because some of the races have been settled. Again, we don't know. Look, I want to make this very clear, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. We have to accept the results, okay? And yes, messaging can change. Sure, I get that. But when you're messaging against lies and hate, and when you have a right-wing echo chamber that is going to continue to propagate lies and hate, your message then becomes not about what you stand for, but about combating the lies and the hate, right?
Well, and to Tona's point, the lies keep coming so rapid fire, though. That's the hard part.
And then exactly. So how do you respond to every lie? They do that by design, because
create your own lies.
Going back to the point that I made earlier, our electorate is dumb. Okay.
Yep.
They're just dumb. People in our country just don't give a shit. You
hate
watch
when
when
you
the
say
good
that.
liars, or you watch when Jordan Klepper or other people go out to Trump rallies and they say, okay, well, that's not true. Well, of course it is. I mean, inflation. What do you think the inflation rate's at? Like 10%?
They
Like,
had him
gas is.
believing that they were controlling the weather.
They literally,
FFS.
they will be standing in line at the gas station. And they'll say gas is $7 a gallon, bro. It says 305 on the pump.
Jordan
So-
Klepper, you right. Like, yeah, like he literally would put in their face how dumb they were, and they'd be like, well, yeah, derp.
Yeah, I mean, again,
derp
hashtag they
state.
always lie. I mean, that it may be that simple. I don't want us to lose the fact that the prioritization of people in marginalized groups is still our purpose. That's why we're here, us in our space. We will always promote voices that have not been heard. It is on us to become more involved. I hope that this has inspired people to run for office. I hope that this has inspired people to go to school board meetings, because the apathy is what cost us this election. It's not conspiracy. People
Darius and I
didn't show up to
literally
vote.
had a conversation last night because I was thinking about it, Steve. That's wild that you say that.
Run
Hey
for
guys,
office.
I got to drop down. Much love, everybody.
Much love
Brett,
to you,
love you, buddy.
Brett.
Talk to you
Good
later,
to
man.
see you.
See you
Thank
later.
you so much for coming in.
Good morning, Moon. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Okay. What's on your mind?
What are you guys talking about? Messaging?
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, are you? Where do you sit on this curve? Do you feel at a loss? Do you feel? Are you surprised? What's your feeling?
I think I am surprised, but at the same time, people like my sister who said she wasn't going to vote, or she was going to vote third party because of the whole Israel thing. I think that's a lot of what this is, which is ridiculous. But I don't know. I'm just so disappointed.
Yeah, and again, it's not. There's little things here and there that I think between Stein and Chase Oliver and other people that amounted to like a 1.5 million, maybe 2 million votes. We're talking about 14 million people who just sat this election out.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Moon,
Yep.
can I ask you a question, a demographic question? Are you a white woman? I know it sounds kind of crazy to ask.
I am 44
Okay, so
from Ohio. Yes.
Are you married?
I'm not.
Okay. So did you grow up in like a Democratic household?
Yeah, I did. All Democrats.
And
My
I find that that's what's happening, is that most of the women who voted demographic wise grew up in Democratic households. I would be interested in talking to somebody who grew up in a Republican one. Not that I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm sorry. That was just a thought.
No, I get it. I don't know. I just don't know. The biggest part that I'm struggling with is people voted our country away on misinformation and lies and wouldn't believe it when we told them.
That part.
Yeah.
That part.
Yep.
And again, I have been critical of Democratic messaging for a very long time, but when you simplify things down to the people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, what's the response?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, the pearl clutching on the left becomes, well, our message is what we're just going to say they lie. That's going to be our message. I want to know about our policies. Okay, do you want to win elections, or do you want to know about policy?
Yeah. And even so, I'll just say this quick. My ex is biracial, grew up in a Democratic household, but not ever involved in politics. I don't know if he ever even voted before, but they definitely weren't MAGA people. And he got completely radicalized. He's MAGA, like to the point of posting, funny pictures saying his dog's telling everyone to vote for Trump. Posting a picture of his dog. And I tried to talk to him. I tried to tell him, this is not real, this and this. And he was just like, you're brainwashed. That's stupid. And it's the opposite. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I want to address something that Tona said. Tona and I may be brain sharing today because I've been saying this all along. How interesting would anonymous policy on paper only candidates of elections be? Like we talked about this before. If you were to put down Kamala Harris's policies about expansion of access to investments in the middle class, subsidies for first time home buyers,
Yeah.
subsidies for people who want to go out and business on their own, expanded child tax credit. There's no way any objective person would ever vote against that, ever. But you connect Kamala Harris, a black woman, to those policies, and you get misogyny, racism, and sexism. Period. Thanks for jumping in today, Moon. Appreciate you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you so much, Moon.
Well, and to your point, Steve, we in Arizona, by all counts, will probably be called for him. Yet we still also, by all counts, are going to codify abortion into our state constitution. How did you go and vote for that, and also for the guy that required us to have that ballot measure on there? Right,
Correct.
like the disconnect.
Correct. Yeah, in the state of Florida, that required 60% of their population, not just the majority, but 60% said they wanted to preserve a woman's right to their body. But again, messaging.
Yeah.
Like a boss. How are you today, friend?
Hey, I'm doing great. Listen, I've been listening to you guys. I totally agree with you, Facts. When you have hatred and racism play a trump card in this election, and then
literally a trump card.
Yeah, it literally is. And then you're adding another a black woman in this country, so anti-woman being in power. When you add all of those three components, you can't look at it but realizing this is what this country is. We need to come to realization that this is what this country is. And as much as it pains me to say this, and as much as I hate saying this, but to be quite honest with you, I have my popcorn ready. I have my butter popcorn, my caramel popcorn, my kettle popcorn, and I'm sitting on the sideline because the lesson is not for us to learn. We know what's coming. So we're preparing right now. We're preparing by saving, by doing what we need to do right now because we know what's coming. The lesson is for them to learn, not for us. We already know. So to me, I'm sitting on the sideline eating the popcorn and just waiting this crap show to start. And to be honest with you, and this might sound cold and I'm not cold, but let me tell you something. I hope he does everything he said, because when we told them he's going to say that he's going to do it, and they keep saying, no, he didn't mean to. I hope he does everything he said, which already started. He's already starting on Project 2025. Now they're out saying Project 2025 is out. Mm-hmm. Because people are not going to see it until it affects them. People vote on feelings. I had this discussion with a friend. And I says, people vote on feelings. They don't vote on policies. They don't care if the country is going to be better off with a black woman in power. They don't care about that. They go by feelings.
Well, and they vote on bumper sticker messaging, right? So that's our bumper sticker, as we told you so.
So to me, I'm going to sit back, watch this crap show.
I hope to God you're wrong. I hope to God he doesn't.
I'm not wrong. It's going like, I'm telling you, they voted for that, and they're getting what they're going to get what they voted for.
So are we though.
Have to say, I understand that.
Yeah,
but
that's
we
the
can't
point. That's the sad part. Yep.
Yeah, but
we're all
we
in
can't.
this. Like a boss. Thank you for jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
I think that's a hard. a hard message.
It is. I want to play a little bit of audio. This speaks to Latin men in particular in this electorate.
Why did so many Latino men vote for President-elect Donald Trump? During his campaign, he often demonized immigrants from Latin American countries and promised mass deportations. Yet support for Trump among Hispanic men was up 19 percentage points compared to 2020, according to national exit polls.
And the reason why is that most said that they were worse off financially compared to 4 years ago.
She also suggests Latinos may have been turned off by Democrats because of language they have used in recent election cycles. She points to words like Latinx, which research shows very few Latinos identify with, and the progressive label, a term that Latinos from specific Latin American countries could associate with communism.
Well, Harris is not a socialist, but that's what they feel.
As the largest growing minority voting bloc, political parties will need to figure out how to unite these voters in the future.
So that's a valid argument. Again, it's that's not necessarily a messaging thing. That is just the feeling. Again, Rolla was up the other day. They talked about machismo and bravado and the ultimate in, I can't vote for a Democrat because that makes me look soft. I'm going to be associated with men who paint their fingernails, whatever. I just, again, I want to remind people. I want to remind people of the obvious. Our electorate is dumb. Trump tapped into the rage of white men, and it was a black woman running.
I forget the name. Steve, who's the name of that Latino? He hosts a radio show in, I believe, Pennsylvania. Like a pretty
Guys, can
big
we tap
one.
the screen? Get to 400,000 at least. Come on, tap, tap, tap.
He gets interviewed on MSNBC quite a bit about this topic, and I think I heard him say after the election on the interview, he said something like something to that effect of like the men that I spoke to on my show, that's exactly what they said. I will never vote for a woman. A woman's place is in the kitchen. Like that's it. That's all. You'll never get the Latino, the male across the board. You'll never get that vote. It's too ingrained.
That's right. Doughboy, how are you today?
Hey, okay, how's everyone?
Okay.
What's
going on in your head?
I don't want to take you there. Not all the way, at least. I just wanted to obviously give my two cents. I agree that messaging should have been very specific. I think trying to reason with a population that has a 6th grade reading level or below capacity isn't, it's not going to work for us.
Would messaging have helped?
We don't know the effects of the very specific campaigns undertaken by your Peter Thiel funded initiatives. Elon Musk. We don't know what targeting campaigns made these people think a certain way. I was in a live the other day, and this is anecdotal. Take it for what it's worth. But there was a young woman. She had minority children, and one had some sort of physical disability. I think mental also. Anyway, she gets up on the live and she's basically crying, and she reveals she couldn't vote for Harris, but she voted Democrat all down the line, but she couldn't vote for Harris. So obviously they're like, why? And she brought up Beyonce, fucking Beyonce.
I've heard this. I've heard this a few times actually on my social media. And then that whole like TikTok thing is she's at a dance party with Beyonce. Like the whole like it.
So I think it's not just Democratic messaging. Yes, it fucking 100% is, but it's not just there. I think we underestimated how far the powers that want to turn us into a feudal state were willing to go to accomplish that. We started with Cambridge Analytica, and that was just a run in the park compared to what I think, and I don't know, they did this election. That coupled with Putin's initiatives, the money he spent, there's a lot of big wealthy players that we willfully ignored. Additionally, I think the campaign should have focused on Putin, had one single message, and defined Trump as a traitor around Putin. She should have made it very clear who our enemy was, and made it clear to the American people that this guy is a simp for our enemy.
So let me push back on that. Only play devil's advocate since we're talking about messaging. Okay, so if the campaign says we're going to focus on connecting Donald Trump with Vladimir Putin, okay, then everybody else would say she doesn't talk to me about her policy. She doesn't talk to me what she wants to do for the middle class. And then it becomes this circular firing squad that Greg talked about earlier. Again, the issue is simple. The issue is really, really simple. Ignorant voter base, roid raging white men, black woman. I don't know how it can be any simpler than that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Uh, I, we are trying to play a game with rules. They are not. And you've said it here, we got to accept the results. And, yeah, we got to accept the results. But what's that going to do for us? Are we going to have an election 2 years from now, 4 years from now? And I don't want to freak out your audience. It's not what I'm here to do. And I apologize if I.
No, that's okay. We're going to be talking about that too. That's real. We have to talk about that. That's
Right.
real.
These are real things we need to fucking consider, people.
Exactly.
Hey, listen, I'm in my fucking feels, right? I'm grown ass.
Think of it this way. Think of it this way. To your point, Doughboy. Think of it this way. The last election that we had in 2020, the Trump administration was in power. They attempted to try to find every possible scenario and variable as to why they lost the election. And the fact is that they lost to an 80-year-old white guy who was not very popular. 2024 comes around. They have no power when it comes to the election apparatus. They have none. And they won with roughly the same amount of voters the last time because people on the left didn't show up.
And they started their messaging very early. As soon as he lost the election, he started the bullshit and he started indoctrinating people from that point on with the lies and the bullshit.
They were already indoctrinated at that point, right? Like he had that 30% base. And I don't want to get off track here, but consider this too. You might want to talk about this in a couple of days. He grew that base. Look at North Carolina. Despite everything that whack job said, that he got 40% of the vote. The base has grown.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. If you're willing to vote for that, does it matter what the messaging is from the left? Does it matter?
I'd say no.
Let's be honest with ourselves. Again, let's be honest with ourselves. It's not a conspiracy. We don't like the results. We feel like we want there to be something nefarious. We want the Avengers to come swooping in and find what the problem is. The problem is our country is racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And dumb.
That is the reality. So it's on us.
They like to be entertained. They voted for the Apprentice host.
Exactly. It's on us, in my opinion. I think the most influential group potentially are white women, are moms of daughters who are disgusted that their dad voted for Trump, moms of sons who are like trying to say, should I navigate the world that Andrew Tate tells me, Mom? And for Mom to say, no, sweetheart, absolutely not.
It's funny you say that because when I saw that Nick Fuentes video, I was like, I wonder what his mother thinks about him, right? Like,
well, we know what Jesse Waters' mom thinks about him because she tells him
right
all the time.
Exactly, on the voicemail.
That's why I think that group is the most influential. And again, not to say that there are not YT men like we've had conversations with YT men in this space that they're willing to say, okay, but that's prior to the election. Now they don't have to change their mind because apparently I'm in the majority, and they're right. They are in the majority.
Guys.
There's a Subwave guy if you guys wouldn't mind. They're in the majority because the majority of people who voted said we prefer hate, sexism, racism. He gets off. He doesn't get held accountable. He led a coup. He's about to have his finger on the button again. That's the reality. That's what they asked for. That's what they got, and now they can preen all they want to, and they can move on with their lives.
Yeah.
Good boy. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me. And
thanks, boy. Hey, can y'all power tap? Everybody power tap for a good 60 seconds. We're almost at 500K. That would be amazing.
Amazing.
By the way, everybody, there's a link in the link tree in my bio to the Sunflower Project. I want to remind people the importance of defending communities and their communities beyond our reach. There are orphans in Ukraine that have been impacted greatly by the Russian invasion. Tom at Dagger Custom Apparel and he and I are going to be working on a collab to try to provide more resources and more exposure to the great cause. It's called the Sunflower Project. You'll find the link in the link tree in my bio. There's also some really cool merch in our merch store. I would be honored if you guys decided to make a Christmas purchase, perhaps. # liberal scum, banana hammock, I am fucking zen, just some
banana hammock.
girl dad. There's a lot of great stuff over there.
Banana hammock is my favorite.
Hi, Jordan. How are you? Jordan, how are you today?
I'm good. I didn't. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't want to take up too much time. My question to the people that asked for this if we're all not wrong, if all the things, all the facts, all of the trying to bring awareness that we did over the last, 100 days and 8 years isn't wrong, where will those people be? Like, what are the Trump supporters going to do when he turns around and does exactly what he lied to you about not doing? Like, I just don't know. I haven't heard any of the Republicans, any of the Trump people, like, what will you do if he does go for these national bans he said he wouldn't? What are you going to do if in the first 100 days he turns around and starts implementing Project 2025? Who are you going to protect if this gets bad?
Yep.
Well,
And I
to your
said that,
point,
I said that earlier. I think the level setting of, okay, fine, you voted for him, but like, if all these things are true, will you stand with us then?
We
Will you
already see
stand
it
with us?
happening with that news article about the terror. The company, no Christmas bonus for you.
Yep.
Oopsies.
Yep.
Might have, should have thought about it.
This is the natural consequences, Jordan, what you're talking about. We were talking about that earlier. So, who are they going to blame?
They're out here being cowards.
Yeah. Your body, my choice. Yep. Jordan, thanks for jumping in. You have a little bit of issue with your signal, but I appreciate you being here, friend. Thanks a lot.
That's another bumper sticker that we need to be say. Oh, women. Oh, really? So, your body, but their choice. Okay.
That's
That's
right.
what you want.
That's right. I mean, I think and I'm glad she said it the way that she said it. And we talked about this earlier about the power of a natural consequence. There's no one left to blame.
Nope.
Again, as a reminder, as of yesterday afternoon, average price of a gallon of gas was $3.10. Stock market closed at $42,739. Average price for a dozen eggs was $3, and the inflation rate is 2.4%.
Is that like a whole gallon of eggs there? What's
Exactly.
a gallon,
A gallon
of eggs?
of eggs. Yes, it's a gallon of eggs. That's our friend Lefty Jessie. That's her favorite expression. That's the bar, right? That's the bar. So that is the bar. We will track that every single day. I'll be watching it every single day. I will be announcing it on Inauguration Day as to what it is, and then whatever happens is going to happen.
Yeah, to Newsound's point, when he reenacts the Alien Act, because that's what he's trying to do. That is literally, for people that don't know, that is literally how we got internment camps for Japanese Americans. That's how they managed to do that, and that's what Trump needs to do to build his little camps, his immigration camps.
Yeah, I mean, midlife Jess. I want to remind that's another thing. The people that are dyed in the wool Trump supporters believe that he was sent here by God to save us. How do you combat that message? It doesn't matter. You could have the most Shakespeare could literally, and as a writer, he's my go-to. If Shakespeare could write your message and it would still fall flat. If God is who sent him, and the truth is irrelevant, and you can fuel your fire based on hate and rage and rhetoric, then there's no message to combat it. The only thing you can do is appeal to the emotion of white women to try to change the narrative in their family. That's my perspective. Compton, hey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing good. Long time no see.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make two quick points before I get off here. So you were talking earlier about, women being, the influence, but 53% of the women who voted in this election, of the white women who voted in this election, voted for Trump.
I know.
Which is mind-boggling.
And we're trying to unpack that. Was that pressure from the patriarchy? Was it just the Christian household? Did they feel afraid to stand up to their husbands? That's kind of, I don't
all
think
the above.
Yeah, I don't think
probably.
I think we have potentially more influence on them than we would have over their partners.
And then the other point I wanted to make, we were talking about, repercussions and everything. Have y'all seen the story about the guy in Texas yet?
Which one?
So there's this Hispanic gentleman in Texas. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I should have looked it up. But he was a Trump supporter, and he voted for Trump. And it's all over TikTok if you go look for it. But apparently, his kids went to go and play with the next door neighbors who were also Trump supporters. And the next door neighbor came out with a pew-pew and
I'll be right
directed
back.
it into the air and, did the thing that pew-pews do and scared the kids off and said, keep your kind away from my kind. You don't belong here. So this gentleman who voted for Trump is now in the find out phase.
Ta-da. What we've been saying, right? Here you go. This is what we told you so. We told you so.
Yeah. And it boggles my mind, like just everything that I've seen coming out since Wednesday, the Nick Fuentes thing of I swear to God, if a man says your body, my choice to a woman in my presence, I'm catching charges and he's catching hands.
No, thanks for that. Appreciate that. Way to be an accomplice. Love that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't, I was raised by my mom. So, I just can't.
That's assuming the woman you're with doesn't get to him first, but cool.
Well, yeah, true. In that case, I'll just hold him.
Right. See?
You missed a spot right here on his nose.
Accomplice. Yeah. Because really, that's the I am always the supporter of we should not be violent, but when the violence is put in my face that you're going to control me, well, yeah.
I found this interesting quote too. It says, "Notice how it's always vote according to biblical values until it comes to welcoming the immigrant, helping the poor, feeding the hungry, bringing healthcare to the sick, forgiving debts, caring for our planet, laying down our swords, or loving our neighbors."
Oompa Loompa just reminded me, it's the gentleman's name that I was talking about. His name is Angel Rodriguez. And
yeah, and I'm sure he's not the only example of that unfolding across the country, right? Like that's the sad part.
Yeah.
Compton, thank you, friend. I appreciate you very much.
Not a problem. And thanks for having me on. I will catch y'all next time.
Thanks, Compton.
Hey, good morning. How's everybody?
Morning. We're here.
We're
here.
I've been hearing a lot about the misogyny and everything like that when it comes to, maybe the reason why Trump was elected, and especially with Camilla.
One more subwave guy, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Camilla being a woman. It's time to redefine what a woman is. We get that question a lot. What is a woman? And it's time to put some more emphasis on that. It's, women don't have to be pretty anymore. They don't have to submit to men anymore. And that's propaganda that we have to start spreading.
Clearly there are many men out there who still want them to.
Exactly. But now is the time to start defining what a woman is, answering that question. They all want to say that it's biological and whatever else, but it's not. It's so much more.
I think the thing is to stop putting it in a box of what is a woman and give women, regardless of if they identify that way or they're born that way, a safe space for them to come and say, hey, I don't feel safe to talk about this in my household because of the patriarchy or because of how they view me or because of whatever. And I think it's important to find that safe space for them to come. And it may not be TikTok in the middle of the internet with 700 strangers that they don't know that their husband could be listening or their neighbors could be listening. And I think that you are correct. I think women need to step out of that box of what my husband wants me to do, but how do we reach them in order to get that accomplished? Because they're not going to do it in front of 700 or 1,000. Sometimes these creators have 5,000, 6,000 people. They're not going to do it in front of that many people. We need to find a safe space for them. I'm not sure exactly how yet, but that is something that I am very strong about working on.
And that is to Steve's and just to your point and what we've been talking about. Like that's the demographic that is reachable because we know that we've seen Latino men probably not reachable. It's pretty root programming is pretty strong there, as is for the privilege, the last stand of white male privilege, right? Like Brene Brown calls it the last stand of the white male. And last stands are ugly and desperate and awful, and it's gross, but that's what this is.
And I think that sometimes women don't even realize that they have a voice. You know, like when you're born into that and your parents teach you, you get married, you serve your husband, and maybe they don't say it that way, but that's the
No, but they
basis of
feel
it.
safer
You
with
know, they
someone
don't.
else talking for them. Yeah.
Right, but they don't know they have a voice. So I think some people don't even know. It's like what you've never had. It's like if you've never had freedom, you don't know about freedom. If you've never had a voice, maybe you don't know you have a voice. Maybe you don't know you have a difference of opinions because you're just aligning yourself with that. And
You've actually believed that it was what you were wearing this whole time, right? You actually
correct.
took that narrative and was like, well, I guess I did ask for it. Like I've had clients say that in my office multiple times. It's my fault. No.
To Gwen's point, I would also like to make the argument that say, I mean, I don't like, this is not about me, but I'm a fucking alpha, right? And I think that's part of the argument that the script that we need to flip.
You are at the
fact that
apex. Yeah.
men who stand in white cis hetero men in particular who stand in defense of marginalized groups, who stand in defense of Gwen and their community and women and the rights of their body. There's no more alpha than that, and we lost that fight. We lost that fight. That's horribly sad to think about that. That the simplest ask in the world is literally stand in defense of the women in your life, your friends in the LGBTQA community, your BIPOC brothers and sisters, your Asian friends, your immigrant friends, your impoverished friends. I mean, there is no more alpha than you don't get to pick and choose if you're going to be an alpha. I hate the label, but I think I'm making my point.
And I hate to keep dwelling on this, but I just want to let y'all know that, you know, growing up, I didn't have a strong. I guess I had a strong woman in my life. My dad wasn't an alpha, so to speak. He friended everybody. You know, he was that one that he could be sitting on a bench and somebody would come up to him and start talking to him. I have always had the utmost respect for women. I've always sought them as more powerful than men, and I hate and take the fact that I'm transgender out of this because I don't want that to be the reason why I came up to say what I said. Women are awesome. They're the glue that hold everything. They are the glue that hold everything together. And I've always appreciated my female superiors when it came to work. I would prefer to have a female superior over a male superior. So much more gets done. And that's where I'm at when it comes to Kamala losing. Is I was looking forward, as everybody else, looking forward to so much more getting done. But on top of that, and you know, I won't keep harping on this fact, but the other thing that I would like to do, and I'm going to start doing, I may create a bumper sticker or whatever it needs to be, but politics is not a sport. Politics is not a sport, and that's what Trump has created. He's created this two-sided divide, and sure, there was a divide before, but it's never been as strong as it's been now. And again, we are all in this together. And I've said it before in other lives that, you know, his victory, nobody won. The world lost.
Exactly.
As a whole. And that's a point that needs to be, you know, given.
And that is a really good point because you hear the echoes across the globe. Like, what did y'all just do?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's another difference in this election that we really haven't seen before. Like, what did y'all just do?
And when something becomes a sport and we don't play the game, we lose, right? Yep. So I don't think that it should be a sport, but if it is, kind of have to play the game. We got to figure it out.
No, 100%. And just to add, you know, I think it's absolutely insane that, you know, I actually had a post taken down. It was in violation yesterday. I put up, I'm in South Carolina, and there was some coverage on, you know, the governor that was elected in North Carolina over Mark Robinson. And, you know, what my message was, if Trump was Mark Robinson, he wouldn't have won. And and yes, it's a difference of skin color, but it's also a fact that Mark Robinson's, you know, defects, the things that he did bad, were actually looked at in that race. People looked at those more because of the color of his skin.
Well, yeah, and we
And
know that if
45% of the
Kamala,
voters voted for him too.
if Kamala Harris was Calvin Harris, she'd have won. He'd have won, right?
Yep.
Maybe.
So again, those are just some points that I've been wanting to get off my chest, and I appreciate you bringing me up.
Always.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Be safe
Can I
out
just
there.
point out in the comments how many Jessicas there are in a row? I had to comment because there's literally Jess, midlife Jessica, and me.
Well, there you
Love
go.
that.
Speaking of midlife, Jessica.
Oh, there she is.
Everybody, we're going to go till noon. If you guys, let's hit 500K, guys. Please consider joining our team and subscribing. Check out the merch at the merch stores while you're over.
I'm in a Jessica sandwich.
There's so many Jessicas on this app. It's so funny.
In the world, they ruined us.
I'm good. I think you know Cece.
You do very well.
I know her. I've known her since high school.
Awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, I was talking. I was on
that.
her. I was on her live earlier today. Talking to her, and I actually was on the interwebs earlier, and I saw where Caitlyn Jenner posted congratulating Trump on his victory, and she had a picture with, this is crazy, guys, of her with Elon. Elon, the same guy who has disowned his own child and says that she is dead. Okay, he posed with Caitlyn Jenner.
I mean, that
And
tracks.
she posted this
Have you
picture,
watched
and
any
guess what?
Kardashian stuff?
Let me tell you guys, she got, the leopards are eating up her face.
Yeah.
She is in her find out era. They can't stand her.
I know.
They went, I mean, the comments were wild. I mean, the bullying that I've seen on here in the last 2 days is unbelievable. I
Yeah, and
watched an older, very sweet woman just get insulted, raked over the coals, someone that was crying and clearly upset. They were just taunting them brutally. Oh boy.
That's kind of the point.
Some of us aren't being better,
think,
though.
I don't think they're reachable. That's kind of my point. I just unless when something happens to them, maybe then there's an opportunity. But
Maybe,
right now, I mean,
for
they are. I
some.
mean, some of the, again, there's high school students that are around the country that are literally walking up to girls in the hallways by their locker saying, "Your body, my choice."
Oh,
They
there's
have
text
merch.
messages going
They have
around.
merch.
Yeah, there's text messages going around to African Americans, telling them that
Black
they're
college students.
getting picked up for
To pick cotton.
plantations. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, and I can't say
Gross.
that we don't have people on our side that are being just as hateful and just as ugly.
Yep.
Like, because they're upset. So, I mean, we have to hold ourselves accountable in that messaging too. Like, we can't just say it's just their side that's being hateful. Like, we have to remember to tell our people, like, stop it, cut it out. Don't be them. Don't stoop down to their level.
But I
If
think
I
the
see
difference
that,
for
I tell
us-
them, but I have not seen that personally in
not
the
seen that
last
either.
2
I
days.
mean, I think there's
So
a
I have just
big
seen the
difference.
worst bullying I've ever seen, truly.
Right.
And I'm a victim of extreme bullying. I took a leave of absence from school. I mean, I had it full, not only from my peers, who it was a large group of men when I was in high school. I went to a high school in Butler, New Jersey, and there was a large group of men who would taunt me in the hallways. They would follow me around. They would pound on the lockers and chant "the head." That's what they would call me. They would draw awful images that they were making fun of me onto my desk so that when I would sit down, I would have that, to the point where I literally had to leave school. And then when I went home, I had my father, who is a MAGA and I'm now estranged from, and his fourth wife at the time absolutely abusing me verbally every single time she saw me. So the level of what I've seen, hatred that has percolated, I don't feel like it's anything we've seen in this modern lifetime, in this peaceful era that we've been so privileged to enjoy for such a long time. And it's a little bit scary. I mean, I try not to be hyperbolic, but you have to acknowledge when things are reaching a certain point. And my daughter, who's 17, is very upset about the situation. And she said that her peers, the young men at her school, are absolutely brazenly misogynist and say the most horrible things, even before this. Okay, so imagine how they are now.
That's right.
Yep.
I saw another meme that said, "I'm a better Christian than any Trump supporter, and I'm an atheist."
That's true.
Ooh. Yeah.
I mean, do they think that Jesus would condone all of this bullying and insulting people and telling them that they're toddlers and that they shouldn't have children? Like that, because I mean,
Here's
Jesus be
another one
flipping
to your
over the
point.
tables.
To
There's,
your
you know,
point, denying equal rights to another group of human beings based on your religious beliefs is still called bigotry.
Yes. And I don't think, I hear people say, well, you shouldn't be hateful. I am hateful. I am hateful of their hate. They're just hateful. Like they're hating other people. I'm hateful of their hate of other people, of marginalized people. I think there's a stark difference there.
Yeah, and I'm in due respect, Jess, Lefty Jesse. I don't buy into the both sides. There's no level of rhetoric coming from the left in response to this that we're seeing from the right. It's not even close.
No, there's no comparison, but hate is hate, though.
Nah, I disagree.
Well, I don't, because when you can't. I don't
I'm
understand.
not going to be tolerant of the intolerant. I think it's to Obi's
Nobody's
point, right?
asking you to.
Obi always says that. Yeah.
You know, one thing I will say here, though, and I just want to keep this in mind because I am somewhat filled with rage right now, especially after seeing the Nick Fuentes video. It sent me into the stratosphere.
Yep.
Okay, so I appreciate that. You're right. Hate isn't a great emotion, but sometimes rage can be, and I think there's a difference between them. And in this situation, like it or not, and I know we don't want to see this because we're so angry right now, but there's going to be, not all of them, but there's going to be some MAGA that are going to, the leopards are going to eat their faces and they're going to be shook. They're going to have a moment and they're going to feel so betrayed. You know, they think that he's a savior, that he's literally going to save them. And when he doesn't, and he does the opposite and prices go way higher and everything really hits the fan, their heads are going to spin around. Not all of them. Some of them will stay, cult, but there will be some that could end up great allies ultimately, just because when you're betrayed like that, because I've been betrayed like that, again, you develop a rage in you and it fuels you.
I love that word way better. And that's so true. Rage to me sounds like an action. Like the rage can fuel me. And I get what you're saying, Jess. Like the essence of hate, I don't want that in my energy. But this rage I feel absolutely is going to push me into action.
Yeah, I think.
And every time I need to be reminded of it, I'm going to watch Nick Fuentes' video because I saved it.
Yeah,
I love that.
That's a better way to frame it because
I love that
there
distinction.
is hate in their hearts. There's not hate in our hearts.
No, I have love and compassion in my heart, especially for the most vulnerable that are going to suffer tremendously. Yes. But I don't have a lot of compassion for people who want the most vulnerable to suffer. That's awful and sadistic.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's the difference. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Midlife, thank you for jumping in today. We appreciate you very much.
Glad to be here.
See you later.
Bye.
I get it. I think the line is the hate versus the rage. I mean, we don't. The reason that we have a hard time understanding it is because we don't carry that hate around with us.
Yeah.
We don't hate people because of the color of their skin or who they love, or
not only do we not carry it,
or whether or not they want to have a family or not, or whether or preservation of their rights. We are filled with rage because so many people in our country decided that that's what they wanted. I think that's the difference.
And I've seen a lot of people talk about being hopeless at this point, and my fear is just that if we continue to be rageful, that could possibly turn into hate, and sometimes there's no going back from that. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I just don't want people to be so angry that they're yelling at Republicans or MAGA all day about how dumb they are and how they made a stupid decision, and then you turn into literally that exact thing because of how upset you are. Like, I think we can try and focus that a little bit on moving forward and the solution instead of just hating them or being angry so much towards just I don't know.
Well, that's what
makes sense.
That's what we do. That's what we mean when we say let it fuel you. Fuel implies movement, and we want to have it fuel us to make a change, right? We want a different outcome. And so that's what we have to do, is use that rage to do what we're doing now, is have conversations about how do we use that to make the difference? How do we have the conversations? Where do we put our mental energy? Where do we put our emotional bandwidth? Where do we put our educational labor? Because we've been laboriously trying to educate people on this app for months, dare say years, right? Some people. And what happened? Like we got to do other things. Apparently we got to keep talking. We have to keep reaching people who don't get on social media, because there are people out there who don't.
Yep. So
Do you?
since Tuesday, I've
Okay.
had no less than 200 unaliving threats made
Oh
towards
yeah.
me. Just some of the most despicable and disparaging and hateful things. And the reason I don't hate people, I hate what they stand for. And I think
Right.
that's the difference. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Jess, but I there is a fundamental difference between how the left responds
And
to
I
these things and
agree.
the right.
I agree
Um,
with that. There's no comparison in the two. I'm curious if you've ever heard any Republicans say that we are mean or intolerant and we yell or we mute them or we do these things, because I feel like sometimes they also
Yeah, they
feel when
do.
they look at us that some creators on here are like that and some people are like that. And I don't think
And those are the
that's
people who responded to Trump's message and the whole message of the party, right? Is like, we are for the every person. We are for the everyman. We're for the regular people. All these liberals think they're better than us. They're so educated, right? They're so snooty about what they know, and we're all wrong. Blah blah blah. Like, I get what you're saying in that vein, Jess. You're right about that. Yeah.
Victoria, I reached out to our friend. I know that it was a rough week for you as well, but I'm glad you're here.
hi
Hey,
Victoria.
friend. Oh,
Hi, hold on just a second. I see that my bars are being weird.
got
Give
that
me.
0.5G.
Yeah, fix your bars.
Fix your bars for the love.
We're almost at 500K, guys. If you do us a solid and help us get there, and please,
Yes.
if you want
So
to join our Discord, there's a
close.
lot of activity in our Discord. You can find the link in the link tree that's in my bio. If you're
Did
heading on
you
over
meet your
there, my
subwave?
payapps are
I feel
there.
like you
If you
did.
head your way on over to my bio, you'll find my payapps are there too. And there's all kinds of information that are available in the link tree. So
Did you make your
Hi
subwave?
AC.
I think so. I
I
didn't.
think you did.
All right.
Hi, Victoria.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are
So
you,
I've got
friend?
I'm a little late. I'm good, guys. I know that there's this expectation that I should be upset. And I've said this from the get-go. I knew what I signed up for. I knew my race would be hard, and I am more upset that Kamala lost. But I've already started putting together a plan of how we're going to do this and flip districts. And it's going to have to start at a local and a state level, but it's going to require the party to get their shit together.
Yeah.
So
We've been going through this a
We've
lot.
lost the middle. We've lost the middle class. We've lost the every person vote, right? Like
yeah,
we've lost the swath of the country who feels like they're not being spoken for in our government. Like the Beltway Democrats, I hear that a lot. Like our party is being run by Beltway Democrats who are out of touch with the actual populace.
agreed. I think that that's a big part
Andy,
of
we
it.
do have a link to Doug's, but my Discord is in there as well. You'll find that. Sorry, go ahead, Victoria.
No, and I agree. I think that we've lost an ability to talk to average voters. And it was something that I found myself doing along the way, is catering my message. Not that I was changing my values, but finding a way to talk to the middle ground voter of like, hey, immigration is an issue. Let's talk about it.
Like
Let's sort it out,
Ironically, B-list celebrities are effective because they can, hey, I'm just a B-list celebrity. Well, that's much more associatable and resonates more with the average person than the Hollywood elite, like Beyonce and Taylor Swift. We thought, oh gosh, that's gonna no, they're just elites, just like
Yeah,
the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, they're just considered elites, and I think that that's going to be something we're going to continue to see going forward. Is we're going to have to find a way to do that, and it's going to start now. Like, I mean, it's personally, as someone because I've talked about this before. I'm a county chair, so I represent one of the 93 counties here in Tennessee, and one of the things I found is the lack of support, and it's disheartening when you're a county chair and you need help from the state party, You need training, you need time, and it's just not something that happens. And I think that that's a big part of it, part of the problem. Just because we see this in the Republican Party, Republicans fall in line, Democrats have to fall in love. And I think that really didn't help us this election cycle, and I'm not going to blame anything for it. We just have some work to do.
Yeah,
we have to continue it.
I'll push back a little bit, Victoria, only in that I think that the divide between the base of the Republican Party and the base of the Democratic Party, in my opinion, is quite simple.
Mm-hmm.
The left, when you're talking about things that will be better for the overall society, I don't think there's a contradictory message when somebody's just lying.
Mm-hmm.
So sure, we can certainly sharpen our pencil and fine tune it and come up with our own 3-word catchphrase. I get that. But it's the electorate is ignorant.
It's the what have you done for me lately vote, right?
Exactly. The electorate is ignorant. So we become conditioned to follow the celebrity. We like the car wreck. We want to drive by. We want to see the carnage in the streets. That's what people have become accustomed to. That's what people want. So then the question for people, the liberals and people that want a progressive society, is how much of that dirty politics do you want to play? And that's a conscious choice to be made, because you can probably win elections by lying to your base.
I mean, I guess Democrats just aren't willing to psyop people. Maybe we need to be, I guess. I don't know.
That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. But that would because think about how uncomfortable we've all been criticizing the psyop. Are we going to say, okay, well, then don't tell anybody, but we're into it too? That's a hard transition for people to make. That'd be difficult for me to make.
Well, maybe it's not so much a psyop, but more understanding the behavior of the electorate and what they listen to and pay attention to, and all the assumptions we were making that were not true, obviously, because of the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, abiding by the rule of law, which is what we should be doing, doesn't matter. I mean, we've got we've got Elon Musk handing out $1 million for voters.
Literally, how you built your platform. Facts still matter. Nah, not really to them, I guess.
Exactly.
Bumper stickers matter. That's it.
Right.
Well,
I mean, and I don't know how you come back from that. I'm starting to think about the next generation. Like the saddest part for me in this entire thing is that I may not see a woman elected to the presidency in my lifetime. That's the sad part of this. I'll
tell you the one thing I'm looking forward to, and the person I want to hear about, here's the person's take I want to hear on this from a human behavior point of view, because she studies human emotion and human behavior, is Brene Brown. Like, I can't wait for her podcast about this, because I just feel like I don't know how you overcome human behavior at that level. I don't know how you do that.
I don't know. The entire thing, I really don't. I don't want to sound like a broken record. I don't want people to overthink this. Ignorant electorate raging, going after and getting the support of raging white men and a black woman.
Yeah, we definitely need Occam's razor it for sure. Like, it's just not the complication that we think it is. It's pretty straightforward, really.
Yeah, and I get a lot of pushback when I say that. I was like, you guys are making it way more complicated. And they're like, no, that's divisive. That's divisive. And I'm like, I don't think it's divisive. I think it's calling a spade a spade.
Divisiveness got Trump elected.
Exactly.
That works, apparently.
It does. And I mean,
you've done all this to get rid of the illegals. Meanwhile, your Social Security is being taken from you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, let's just be honest. People just have to start being honest about it. And I know that we want to try to find conspiracies, and we don't trust the results, and we got to get over it.
But I mean, that's where I am with what you say about, boy, if gas isn't $1.50 in January, I'm gonna be screaming it from the mountaintops. Like, hey, where's my low gas prices, bitch? That's what I'm gonna be like.
Exactly.
What happened?
Exactly. And they're just okay with that. And again, you start to see this, and trolling right wing lives has been interesting the past few days, because they are still angry. They won the election and they're still angry.
Because anger is addictive. Like to Nick Fuentes' video, he's happy that we're mad. He's loving that we're so triggered by it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, I'm not triggered by that. That's just more of the same. I've heard that messaging from men my whole damn life. Just he's saying it out loud.
That's right. That's right, and I don't want us to forget that, right? And I know, and I feel bad for our friend Jess today because I think she feels like maybe she's getting ganged up on, and that shouldn't be the case because these conversations are
No,
great.
I think we're all right. Like, I think we're all just
I
taking
don't
different
I don't want to
perspectives.
I don't want to I'm never going to relent on the truth. I'm never going to give up on that because what's the point? And what's the point, right? You know, we don't. I want to have conversations that are productive. I want to try to move the needle forward, but I'm not going to tolerate people who literally want to do harm to people that I care about and don't give a flying fuck about it.
I like
Exactly.
pushback though. I like my own. I don't want to be in an echo chamber in my head or in this space. I want to get
Well,
pushback
that's
on stuff that
and
yeah.
yeah, that's I'm not I don't feel ganged up on. I just I love you guys so much and I respect you guys so much, and Steve, I respect you so fucking much. Like,
Right back at you,
I
dear.
have so much love for you guys. I just really feel like sometimes
I hear
when
your
we're
heart.
talking,
I
yeah,
hear your heart.
sometimes when we're talking about this, that we're a little, we let our frustration sometimes get in the way of the reality of other people's fears. And although I don't agree with their fears, it doesn't mean that their fears aren't valid to them. And I feel like sometimes when we dismiss that and we just call them dumb or say their fears aren't valid, that we set a ground for them to not respect or listen to anything we have to say. And the point is that our voices are so, you guys are so smart and so good. And when you dismiss those people, and I'm not talking about, I don't want to get in the line of like white supremacy or Nazis. I'm not talking about those people. I'm not talking about the people like Nick Fuentes or all those people. I'm talking about the middle ground people. But our messaging, when we talk about those people and their fears and tell them that their fears aren't valid, instead of saying, yeah, me too, or I can understand where you feel that way, but like, let's work through this. And I feel like sometimes we're just, we skeet past that very often. And I
No,
feel
I
like that
hear you.
message obviously didn't work,
Yeah.
this time.
In order to help them see how they were psyoped, we're going to have a discussion to where they can even hear what we're telling them, right? Like they have to be able to trust what we're saying, and to open that dialogue. Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry,
loud
but they're
and
not
clear.
going to trust.
And I don't know how we
They're
get
just,
there.
they're not going to trust it. I mean, that's the whole point. We've done
Some
everything
will.
that we can in our
That's
space.
the key, right? Some will. We have to figure out who those people are.
Even if we get 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 10,
Not
even
now,
if we
though.
hit that one person,
but not now.
I don't know.
But not
Yeah,
now.
maybe. Maybe not. Maybe
The
you're right.
reality is that they made a particular choice, and this is why.
But that's how we do it, though,
That's why I
Steve.
go
We're
back to
saying the
this whole
same
natural
thing.
consequences thing, right? The reality of what they have to see the results of what they decided was a better path forward. They have
It's
to
tough
see it.
parenting energy, right?
It's the anti-gentle parents that people think that happens to Gen Zers.
I mean, we can sit here and say that we wish it were a different way, but believe me, I am always going to see the glass half full, always. But right now, the cynicism side of me, which I don't like being in that space, is showing its ugly head. The sad reality is they made a decision. They made a decision to either not vote or excuse Donald Trump's behavior. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Well, and
they
this
made
is
that decision. And the only way, in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, I hope I am, the only way we're going to crack that code, because it's not going to happen until they start to see the results of what we've been telling them for years.
Steve, you're just wanting to shove the dog's nose in his poop. That's what you're wanting to do.
I don't think so. I'm going to say I don't think so. I get where Steve's coming from as that person. I think that this is the gentle parenting of natural consequences. The consequences are there. We have to hold the line. There is a boundary, and they have crossed that boundary. So now we have to hold that boundary line. They are going to be emotional. They're going to be upset. They're going to continue to have those emotions, and we can speak to those emotions if we feel like we're feeling extra froggy that day, because let's be real, these are grown adults. But we have to hold the line, and we have to find a way to speak to them so they can come out of their emotional brain, because we have to treat it like almost like a toddler. They've had these emotions, they don't understand the boundaries, and the only way we can move forward is being like, no, this is the boundary. You fucked up. And no, we love you, but like, you fucked up. So you're going to sit in this message for a minute.
But that requires us to hold space for them. And
Yeah.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You don't have to. I don't. I feel like if someone
That's
doesn't
my
want to hold
job.
space for them, that's yeah. I'll hold space for them only just.
I get paid to do that for people,
See,
so I'll have to
the
continue.
the biggest thing right now, after all the anger, also, hi family.
Hi,
I hope you guys are doing
Hi.
well.
Beautiful.
I just want to let you guys know that after these last 2 days, I cried a lot. I got angry a lot. I let my anger out, and it got the best of me for a bit. This Gen Z is ready to go back out and fight. I'm not
Same.
done. I'm not done.
Yeah,
I'm not done.
Your age group did not show up, Olive.
No,
they
they
just
didn't.
show up, and
And-
we've been talking about that from the beginning, and I kept reminding you. I mean, they just did
But
not
the ones
show
who
up.
did,
The ones that did,
voted for her.
they did. Well, there was
Not
an
enough,
interesting
though.
there's an interesting
just not
article
enough.
that came out. One of the biggest reasons why Trump got the way he did and the win he got was because of the Gen Z vote. Specifically men, young Gen Z men. So one of the things that I'm doing is I'm going to try to reach my own base, my age group. Why did you do what you did? Why did you vote the way you did? And then I'm going to ask other Democrats who said, I'm going to ask specifically white women, why did you do what you did? Why did you sit there? Why didn't you take the next what happened to that momentum? Because now it's not about the why, it's the how. It's how is this going on? I'm currently in Tennessee right now. And me and
Oh yeah, you made it. Good.
I did. me and my boyfriend went out for breakfast, and we're sitting there, and I'm sitting next to two Trump supporters having a conversation. I learned that I have patience, but the urge to go and be like, you're just talking about the economic plan, that's not going to happen. You're not doing anything right. You're content with the ideology that your wallet might look bigger rather than your wife, your daughter. But even then, those people, if they were eligible to vote, didn't show up to the polls. I mean, that's the biggest thing that I'm furious about, right? We sat here for months on end, having conversations, educating people, everything in between, and here we are. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot for me to say. Like, I want to be very careful how I say this. I don't give a shit. They made that fucking choice. I really don't. I'm not in this space to try to. I'm not here. I need to be consistent because I would be completely a hypocrite. I'm not going to break bread with people who literally accept the fact that the person that they voted for has harmed people and will continue to harm people. And I'm not interested. I'm just not interested.
And that's
What
the
I'm
boundary.
what
Yeah.
what I'm interested in is finding why people chose not to vote who are Democrats. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not gonna if at some point in time, and I firmly believe in natural consequences. At some point in time, there will be people who voted for Trump who said, "Holy fuck, why am I paying so much for gas when he promised my gas prices were going to go down?" That conversation will eventually happen. I'm not interested in having that space for them now. I'm not going to hold space for it. If that means we don't have another debate in this app, then fine. We can
They
have
will
debates
still
amongst
blame.
ourselves. We
They
can
will
have
still
debates
blame
amongst
Biden.
ourselves, which is how we move the conversation forward.
I mean, their brains are broken. They'll finally figure out,
Right,
but I think
that was
the
Biden's
debate.
let me just
economy.
finish. My point at this point is what we have to understand, and I just feel like there's people that are not yet there on the left. We saw with Precious. We got to stop with the conspiracy theory bullshit. We got our asses kicked the election. That's the reality. Got to fucking own it. Why did people not show up? If there is a voting block, in my opinion, that we can reach, I'm not sure if it's Gen Z anymore. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced that Gen Z is reachable. I'm not. There's not enough people that are. You've got Harry, you've got Dean, you've got Parker, you've got others, you've got Olive, but it's not reaching.
And
So there's no counter to Charlie Kirk.
Well, in
There's
the
no counter to Nick Fuentes. There's no counter to Ben Shapiro. If you want that, then we have to accept the fact that our country is loaded with dumb racists.
Well, so the other thing though too, right? And this is something that I want to do, especially talking to Olivia, try to get in contact with Harry, Dean, Parker, and Chris and stuff like that. What do we do next? How do we what did we lose the attention of for the Gen Z vote? I don't know what it is, because they turned out in 2020. I mean, that's when I first got to vote. They were there for the midterm election. Why weren't you there for this election? Where did it go?
I think it came down to Palestine. I really do.
See, and I think that's
I don't.
See,
I
I
think
that's
that
an
was part of
excuse.
it.
I think that's an excuse because if
Yeah.
if it came down to Palestine and they were objective
That'd be a
voters,
good question for Will.
well, again,
Yeah.
I talked to him about it. It's not that. If it came down to Palestine and they were objective voters, Victoria, then they would
Mhm.
know that Donald Trump wants to turn Gaza into a parking lot with beachfront property.
I
Yeah, I
think it's
agree with that.
engagement. It's engagement. There was nothing, and I don't know what kind of
It's
motivation
not
that they
engagement.
need.
Guys, I'm sorry. We've got to stop overthinking this thing. Our country is loaded with ignorant fucking racists. Okay? The reality of the circumstances, we can look at Hillary Clinton. She let Donald Trump beat her. He beat Kamala Harris. What do they have in common? They're women. She happens to be a black woman. Misogyny, racism, and bigotry. We got to stop overthinking this.
20,000 vote difference from Biden to Harris, somewhere in there, or 20. Sorry, yeah,
If
20,000.
you look at the numbers from my area, and this is the only reason I'm gonna push back, Steve, is when I was talking to young people
20
in
million,
my
sorry.
district, that was the argument that was given to me. Now I did have the conversations of, he's going to do this, you need to accept that that's going to be a thing. And their response was almost always they were going to vote for RFK, they were going to vote for Jill Stein, that kind of thing. I'm not saying that you're not correct and this is very simple. I'm saying for specific sex, I think that it falls to that was the tipping point, because I do believe that Democrats hold their candidates a lot higher to as far as how they perform and what they say and what they do. And if you fall below that line, they automatically drop out. They're like, nope, I'm done. But that doesn't change the fact that it is the answer is very simple. It was racism. It was misogyny. We know that. The point forward to Olive's point.
And I'm not going to say that there was not an influence of the Palestine issue. I would be stupid to say that, but I mean, that doesn't account for 15 million votes.
But it speaks to this, missing the good in striving for perfection. That's what we do. That's what our side does. We have this expectation of just this, thing of perfection, and it gets in our own way because clearly, again, they get in line. We have to fall in love. Everything has to be perfect.
Midlife Jessica for the win. Democrat standards are so high while the Republicans' bar is so low. It's a tavern in hell.
Yep.
It's true.
Oh no, I mean, it truly is. It truly is. We're seeing a fundamental, like what we're seeing with the Republican Party and the acceptance of MAGA. We're seeing this on the Democratic side as well, where we have progressives. I'm a progressive. Steve, you're a progressive. Olive is a progressive. Amy, I don't know about you, but I would say,
absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, and we are trying to bring the Democratic Party to the progressive thing, which is not progressive on a global scale. It's not progressive at all.
At all.
It's normal. It's just normal.
It's on the we overall, even as a Democratic Party, we're on the right side of the sweet spot on the political spectrum, right? Like anytime we try to pull ourselves a little bit closer to the middle, like where Norway and Sweden are, we meet the resistance of American individualism and exceptionalism. And that's, no, we can't.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing it on Twitter. And the point of all that is I think that what we're going to see is either the Democratic Party can accept, like the Republican Party has, that the MAGA's here to stay, or we can say, all right, now it's time to actually create a progressive party and really push for a third-party system or a multi-party system, because progressives are growing in leaps and bounds. And there are lots of Democrats. Like, I ran a very progressive campaign for my area. I was one of the only candidates to do that, and I've made major headway. So when I run again, which is the plan, because, I want to run for Congress again, not only because, I really enjoyed it, but because we haven't had a consistent candidate in a 2-election cycle who's run both times, who's built that momentum. And I mean, I got 84,000 votes. That is a lot, considering I was a relative unknown. And a lot of those votes were because I was out doing the work. Mm-hmm. So I think that the Democrats have to ask themselves a question. Are we going to accept that progressivism is here to stay and it's a part of our party and that we're going to move towards that? Or are we going to break away? I think that is the fundamental question, which, if we're breaking away, we have to start from the ground up so that progressives actually have a chance to, do the thing.
I don't disagree, Victoria, and I've made it very clear that I'm a progressive on this app. The problem is that transition means we lose more elections. And I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem that the Democratic Party is now facing. How ironic is it that prior to this we were talking about MAGA peeling off and creating their own party because they were going to lose again. But the referendum was very clear. The referendum was extremely clear.
Yeah,
And
where's all those Republicans that wouldn't vote for Trump too? That's where that's what I want to know.
many of them didn't vote for Trump, but again, it's the 15 million Democrats that
they
didn't show up.
vote.
I am gonna dip though. I did want to say I love you guys and that I'm ready for the next step. So whatever happens next, just put me in, coach. Put me in. Let me be on the front lines.
Have a wonderful weekend.
We'll work together. Are you in Nashville?
I am in Nashville.
You're not far from me. I'm gonna DM you tomorrow.
Definitely will. Tomorrow. I can see Darwin tomorrow, so I'm pretty excited. But I love you guys so much, and I'm ready to go back in.
Honey.
Put me in.
Thank you.
Yeah,
friend.
we got this.
See you later.
See ya.
I think again, I'm not trying to. Please understand. You know how much respect I have for the three of you, and I'm spicy today. My concern is we do what Democrats do, and we want to blame somebody.
Yeah.
And I think the reality of the circumstances, an ignorant electorate, Trump managed to fire up the rage baiting white tea guys. And the fact that we have racists and bigots. Thanks, Erica. We're making it too complicated.
We're making some assumptions that are now not true, and we have to wrestle with being wrong about what we assumed about humans.
Agreed. And I mean, it is a move forward. I think, Steve, I'm not offended. I respect all of you so much. I'm not offended because as the candidate, I'm doing the thing of what can we do to make it better? And literally, I have a notebook at my desk and I'm writing down everything I can remember so that I can put it in a plan for the next election cycle, which starts January 1st, essentially, is we're going to start working.
You mean?
It really starts today. I'm taking a moment because I do have to work today too.
Yeah, no, I got you.
But it is starting today. This is a lot of between now and January 1st is putting the plan together. I've already reached out to all the county chairs in my area, since I am one, and said, hey, I want to sit down. I have ideas. I think that we're going to have to make this a plan, and they're pretty receptive to that. But we have reorganization. So if you're in the chat right now, all I can say is reorganization for your local parties starts in March. Please, please, please reach out to your local parties now. Start getting involved, because if you want to make a change, you're going to need to be involved. We need volunteers. We need canvassers. We need money. We're going to need a lot of things to get this going. And if you're interested in being a part of the change, then get involved today.
Well said. Hey, Kate.
That was my pitch.
I was thinking about you. How's it going?
Hey, Kate.
Hey, guys. It's good.
Hi, Dan.
We're tired, so we're sitting this one out, guys. We've been fighting for so long. We're going to be there for spiritual support, but we really are tired. And I appreciate everything that you all did. We appreciate the allies, but we're out. We as Black women are done. We just don't have it in us to fight anymore. We're tired. And now we got to focus on ourselves and our families. But having said that, that does not mean that we're out of the fight. It just means we're stepping off the front lines. Now you guys have got to step up, because we can't do this anymore. We're exhausted. I mean, honestly, I'm 55 years old. I'm completely exhausted. Was I surprised by the results? No. Am I disappointed? No, because we've been here before. We understood what was at stake because it directly affected us. But right now, you guys, this is your fight. We can't do this anymore. We're tired. We just can't. And that's not saying that we're not supporting you. It's just we are now off the front lines. We are now going to be the Red Cross. We are now going to be helping with the wounded, but we are not going out there taking shots fired anymore.
You don't need to explain it to me. I get it. That's what I've been saying. I mean,
a rest well earned. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
get on down, because it's time we stepped up.
Every single time, Black women have stepped up and saved us from ourselves, and they did it again. And then once again, we dropped the ball.
So understand, it's not because I've been accused, because I put a video up saying 2 years ago I was out of the feminist movement. This time it's not that I don't want to fight. I'm just too tired. I'm exhausted.
I get it.
I'm exhausted. Native American women are exhausted. There are a lot of Hispanic women and Latino. All my neighbors around here are so disappointed because I live in the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, and my entire neighborhood, they're all immigrants, and they're all like, "Oh my God!" I said, "No, we voted to try to keep you here. Okay, Maryland is a Democratic state. We voted for you. Okay." The thing that you guys have to understand now is the attacks that we're facing now. And I've always wanted to say this, and Steve, thank you for letting me come up here because I do need to say this. They used anti-Blackness and our votes to scare people. We make up a whopping 12.6% of the total population. If you take a third of us out for incarceration or people who've been incarcerated who cannot vote again, and you take children out, only 9% of us really can vote. So when people blame us, and they do this every cycle, they talk about the Black vote. We can't vote in a dog catcher. So you guys have to understand, when they use us, we make up 9% of the voting pool across the entire United States. I'm a data scientist, 9%. So we cannot do anything other than protest because our votes, they matter in some districts, but they gerrymander the hell out of us all the time. So
well, Cage.
Yeah, you guys got to understand that we're here for you, but we can't take any more casualties. Right now, we have to worry about our own survival in this new system.
And not only did they manipulate the Black vote, but they used the permission structure of, well, Black men are doing, they're turning for Trump now, when they most definitely were not, when you look at the exit numbers, right? But the narrative gave people, well, if Black men are voting for Trump, he must be okay. Like, totally your point. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's weaponizing it so bad.
Yeah, and like I said, the whole thing, when it started, they talked about the Black vote, the Black vote. We are 9% of the voters. Don't be fooled anymore, okay? And I've always wanted to tell people, stop being fooled by people thinking that we were the reason why Obama got in. You guys were the reason why Obama got in, and thank you. It was you guys, okay? So understand something. We're not out of the fight. We're just now taking care of our casualties and our wounded.
I think when we got Obama in, we thought we were fixed. Like, oh, looky there. We fixed it. No, we clearly did not fix it.
Not even close.
And let me say this. I really feel like the reason she didn't get in, I don't feel it was because she was Black. I really feel it was because she was a woman. Because they did Hillary. I really feel that's the reason why they did it. If she had been possibly another Black man, or even, any other race of man, I think
anything but a woman.
Anything but a woman. And you have Nick Fuentes laughing, "Oh, your body's our choice." And I'm like, no, what is it? Your choice? Whatever he's saying, all of this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, when the global women start this 4B movement, when it goes global, this is going to be really interesting, because a lot of women in other countries looked at what happened and they are in solidarity with us.
Yep. So, y'all thought there was a population shortage before.
Yeah. So don't give up. I mean, you see, as a Black woman, we never give up. We just got to take some time off and heal, and so we can be back to fight another day. But right now, we got to take care of ourselves.
I think what you're saying is that we should all buy stock in lube.
Got sort of for a while, but
I mean,
did you think I didn't have stock in it yet? You assume I don't have.
Can I just say, can we abolish the corn industry to really just punch this home for them? Like, I would love that.
That's part of Project 2025.
That's coming, though. That's part of it.
That's coming. Yeah. So what I want to say, because I'm going to drop, because I know you guys have a lot to talk about. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys, and thank you for everything that you're doing. Remember, we're not out of the fight. We just are on the sidelines tending to our wounded. So you guys are going to have to carry on. But for right now, we have to move differently. We have to move differently in this society. So we have to take care of ourselves first. But that doesn't mean that we're out of the fight.
1000%, Cage.
We'll do the best we can, Cage. Sorry,
we'll take this baton again and run.
You guys have a fantastic day.
You too, hon.
Love you too. Bye.
Swedish Meatballs, thank you for your patience. I really appreciate you being here. What's on your mind?
Hello. Hey, everyone. And thank you so much, Steve, for bringing me up.
Sure.
So I'm Swedish Meatball, she, her, in my 30s. I live in Sweden. Well, first of all, I want you all to know, fellow women, fellow American women, that we stand in solidarity with you. I think you know that. We are probably the most kind of equal part of the world here. We have many rights as women here. And I wish with all my heart that I could share that with you guys. I wish that you had the same rights and equalities that we have. I requested up because you guys have mentioned what impacts or how this echoes around the world. And I wanted to, if you'd like, a update on what the European response is right now. Okay, so
Please, yes.
okay.
Yes,
So,
please tell us what you're hearing in your area of the globe. I would like to know, definitely.
okay, so well, I will start to say that never in my 30 plus life have I ever seen such a fast response from European leaders. It is I'm mind blown because what we have, this is cold shower for us. We know that we cannot trust Trump as the president of the United States. You know, historically, from his last presidency, we saw what he told, NATO countries in Europe. And we also know his stance on Ukraine. And we also know his relationships with Russia. This puts us in a position where we have to look out for ourselves now. And I see that moving so fast right now. I've been seeing it from Hungary, UK, Germany, France, Poland has been they're raging right now. They're like, we have to stand up and we have to unite. I see the future of a European coalition outside of NATO, where Ukraine's future lies on our shoulders now. We have to help them as much as we possibly can, but we also need to prepare ourselves for what is to come. We know that with Trump in power, it gives kind of a leeway for Russia to do what the hell they want in Europe. And this means for us that we are about to unite. I mean, it's kind of big. Like yesterday, for instance, like I think most of you know about Brexit, right? So UK dropped off of the European Union, but yesterday they were invited into Brussels at a top meeting. So this is big, and I think that unfortunately, and this saddens me to say, that I don't see really the future of NATO. I think that we have lost one ally, but unfortunately, I think United States have lost all of them. And I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist or fearmonger or anything like that, but seeing it as its face value and what it is and what is happening, I think that is the forward passing. I'm sorry to say it, but yeah, So I know I see here and that congratulations to Trump. Kind of like when you have this uncle, right? So let's say you're a Democrat and he's a Republican, right? So you have this uncle and you still have to go to family parties. You still have to go to weddings. You still have to meet them at Christmas parties, right?
No, we don't. That's what we're saying. Like, no, actually, we're not gonna.
Well, wait. So what I mean is that kind of like when you have that and you still have to kind of like
But some people do, yes. I hear
to
you.
keep
Yeah.
the peace. You kind of be nice and say hello and how's the weather, but nothing more than that, to just keep the peace in the family, right? So that's kind of what's happening right now. You see the like prime ministers and presidents in Europe congratulating Trump, but at the same time, we see all the other politicians around them saying, that no way.
Wink, wink, congrats. Wink, wink
Yeah,
to everyone else.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's kind of like, just keeping the peace here. We don't want you,
Yeah, Swedish. What you're
cause.
talking about
Yeah.
is the cause and effect again that people don't understand. The reality of the circumstance is that again, people who live outside the U.S. don't like to hear this, but you know, the United States has a lot of influence in the world. We know that, good or bad, mostly bad in my opinion, with some exceptions. So now we're faced with this scenario that if we believe the words that Trump has said, specifically around NATO, that he would give Putin permission to do whatever the hell he wants. So
Exactly.
these things are real. So, and again, as I remind people about what they have voted for, they made a conscious choice based on everything else that he has said, that they think that this particular person is right for not only our country but for the world. They've also made it very clear that they're all about America first, isolationism. That's what they want. That's what they've signed up for because that's what he's told them at the expense of innocent lives around the world. We have an intelligence network that depends on us allies sharing really, really some of the most secret stuff there is. Documents, by the way, that were found at Mar-a-Lago, right? So the impact on the security that they claim to care about so much. You're worried now that people on the watch list are coming through the southern border? What happens if we don't have, European intelligence to rely on? Our relationship with NATO and our partnership with NATO, just on the intelligence alone that we get from NATO, pays for
I mean, there's a
itself.
reason Poland is putting so much of their percentage of their GDP to their military. Like they know what is at
That's
risk
right.
here. Like you said, so just like now we know we can't rely on that country, on us to help out. We're gonna have to take on the brunt of a lot of this, and
Yeah,
that
and
I don't even know what that's gonna look like.
doesn't it matter to you, MAGA, that he assimilates with dictators? He references Viktor Orban all the time, and Putin and Xi Jinping, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the scariest part. Why is it that it's so hard to
They think that's a flex, though. They think that shows that he's the cool dude. Yeah, they want to be the cool. They want to be the cool dude. That's why they voted for him. Because that's so cool, dude, that he can go, rub up with people that nobody else likes. Well, I want to do that too because nobody likes me. So he likes me.
And also, even though the European Union has kind of blocked out Russian disinformation from our platforms, we don't really get to see it. Yeah, and in my country, it's even more protected, so we don't get reached by it because we know the impacts of it, right? Because we have lived with it since the Second World War.
So here's another example. I want to address this real quick. And Jessica, glad you sent me that because I had it as well. So you're already seeing the misinformation. So there's misinformation that's spreading that Hamas has already called for an immediate end to the war after the Trump election win. It's not true.
Right.
It's not true.
What is true, though, is that they're planning on doing a ethnic cleansing on the north end of the Gaza Strip. That is true. We know that.
That's so this is, and I'm glad. I know that. I mean, listen, I'm an advocate for free speech, and I get it, but there has to be a limit, and these are the kinds of things that we're talking about. But again, Swedish, I really appreciate your perspective, and thank you for jumping in and sharing that with us.
Absolutely.
Today.
And one more
Swedish
thing before I jump down. Even though we're blocked from Russian information and media space, we still can. We have ways to see it, and It's I am sorry to deliver the news, but there is like Russian TV right now. They are like,
Yeah.
yeah, they're making fun of United States.
We expected that. I expected that at least. I don't know about
We knew
anyone
you'd
else,
be
but
a
I
laughing
expected,
stock.
yeah, I
Yep.
expected all that. Swedish, before you leave, be very careful about telling Americans how great your country is because you don't want us to come there and fuck that shit up too.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you, I'm Swedish. I am. That is my ancestry, so I might have to come home to the ancestors if this shit goes
Yeah.
south, like I think
I have
it
a
will.
very good friend there who literally, as soon as the election was over, texted me and she was like, or she messaged me on Discord and she was like, I'm so sorry. We are literally shaking our heads in disbelief.
Yeah. Well, thank you
Thank you
so
for that.
much for
Appreciate
the
you.
ability to come up, and I wish you all a great day.
Thanks for coming up. Come back anytime. It's good to hear your perspective. Keeps us in check.
And
I
these are
think that's one of, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
One of the things I was so frustrated with Trump supporters saying that when Putin backed Kamala, I was like, that was by design. That was intentional. Like, I don't know why you don't see that. Like, there's nothing, he didn't do that because he thought that Kamala was going to be a good leader. He didn't do that with good malice. He did that because he literally wanted you guys to believe that he did that so that you guys would elect Trump and then he can have full power to do whatever he wants.
So here's an example of what lied about for years are showing themselves. So this just recently posted on, I won't even read the baby voice because it's not even worth it at this point. This posted by Donald J. Trump on Truth Social because there's been a rumor circulating about whether or not he's going to sell his shares. There are fake, untrue, and probably illegal being the key word, rumors and or statements made by perhaps market manipulators or short sellers that I'm interested in selling shares of Truth. All caps. Those rumors or statements are false. I have no intention of selling. I hereby request that the people who have set off these fake rumors or statements and who may have done so in the past be immediately investigated by the appropriate authorities. Truth is an important part of our historic win, and I deeply believe in it. Thank you for your attention to make this matter. Make America great again.
Wait, what?
Jesus.
He wants Truth to be.
What?
I mean,
At
did
first,
guys
when
all
you were
catch
reading that, I'm like, this is satire, right?
I
Like, I thought it was a
fucking
joke.
can't.
I mean, let's be real. Truth, the illegal rumors, and because people are making statements that I don't agree with, they should be investigated.
So they're
Ladies and gentlemen,
investigating
Project
themselves?
2025.
Welcome to the Trump
nah?
era.
That
Yeah.
is fascism.
I need to hear what Mary Trump has to say about her uncle now. I'm sure she'll, yeah.
I just, again, let's not complicate things. Hi, Erica.
Erica, we're coming to you.
Hi, beloved.
Do you have extra bedrooms or nah?
Listen, Milton Keynes is looking pretty good. You know what?
There are a few times, Amy Dawn, when Milton Keynes looks good.
Right? Exactly. So this is what I'm
when
saying. I'm ready to come back.
But one of the times when Milton Keynes looks good is when you have a new president, it's Donald Trump. I think everyone's making this very complicated when actually it's not that complicated. There is a level of misogynoir that she was never going to be able to beat, and if you put that together with the fact that people have been hit in the pocket over the last few years, it doesn't matter to those people that the whole world has been hit in the pocket, because they don't live in spaces where they see what is going on in the rest of the world. That's not the space they live in.
No, they live in rural areas of the country. You see it on the map. Like the blue areas are the highly populated areas where we live around people that are different than us, and we know that they're not scary.
Yeah, and unlike the US, like even if I watch the local news here, it's talking about other countries. It's talking about things that are going on in the world. It's not just talking about what is going on in my city or my state. And the US is such a huge country that the way that the media is set up is so different to the way that the media is set up in Europe. I have to agree with the last person who was on here. I have seen over the last couple of days a whole ton of people in the Scottish Parliament, in the UK Parliament, in other parliaments across Europe, whose leaders have called to congratulate Trump and tell him what an inspiration he is. Other people in parliaments have been standing up to those people and saying, what on earth are you doing? Why are you saying to that man that he is you? Because we know what he is like. Stop it. Stop. They are you know, citizens of European countries are actively discouraging their governments from giving him messages of support, because we don't want to live in a world where we have to suck up to the USA anymore to just live our lives, especially when the leader of the USA is that man. And if it comes to the point where I can genuinely see a point at which the USA would rather join BRICS than be in NATO.
Yeah, this is what Elon Musk said it. We're going to have to suffer. He doesn't suffer, but he doesn't care if we do.
The three of the richest men in America made $75 billion since Election Day.
Yep, it's the 2 people out of the 10. They just convinced the 6 that they need to gang up on the other 2.
So, again, this is the bed that they made.
And we're going to make sure they lay in their shit.
Yep. And I commend Jess. I commend you, friend, for wanting to have these conversations. And I get it. I completely understand. I don't think there's any point in those conversations right now, because they're preening. They're strutting like Mick Jagger in the 80s.
Well,
We've been having the conversations, and it didn't. I'm like, yes, you're absolutely right. They need to feel it. They need to feel the consequences of their actions.
But the thing is, I think even when they do feel it, I heard some of that. I was in the car on the way home from work, and I was listening to it. And what we need to learn from this is they don't, whether it's justified or not, they fundamentally object to being talked to like they're not intelligent adult humans. Whether they are intelligent adult humans, well, they might be adults, but whether they are intelligent, they're fed up of feeling like they are the bottom rung of the ladder. Now we know that they're not the bottom rung of the ladder, right? We know that actually those groups, especially white men, they actually start their lives a quarter of the way up the ladder. We know that. We know, but they don't, because in their mind, it's not, they don't see it in the sense of the same way that we see it, that, they have this privilege.
Fragile little ego.
They see it as, well, I didn't get that job that time. And if I had privilege, I would have got that job. Or if I had privilege, I wouldn't have had to have struggled when I was a kid. They don't see it. So there's
I'm not racist. I have black friends.
But there's no point in having those conversations with them, because the more you have those conversations, the more you're going to be tempted to say, you just don't understand. And that's what they don't want to hear.
Yeah, Sheila said it. When they do feel it, they'll figure out a way to blame it on Biden's policies, ironically.
Exactly. Why don't we do this? We're just about at noon. We're going to raid our friend Brett Cross, by the way, everybody. Brett was up with us earlier,
Brett.
I should say.
Let's see Brett.
We're going to raid Brett. So let's, as we always do, let's people that are left on the panel, everybody gets last word, and we'll end with Jess. Erica, anything else you'd like to add?
No, just that.
Fix up your spare room.
Yeah. Oh God, it's tidying the whole house. Listen, my spare room is already on offer to one of my American friends and their family. So
careful with that.
but this is what I want to say is if I need to create an underground female road where people need to come here for a nice little holiday, if they get into a certain situation, I will facilitate that 100%. And I know 20 or 30 other women who will facilitate that too. We are going to we are going to be your backbone. Same thing. We, the women of the rest of the world, are here for the women of the US, and we will continue to be.
We love you for that.
Well said, Erica.
You're my
Thank you.
British bestie. We'll be getting my flight.
Victoria, what you got?
So two things. First and foremost, you're going to need to get involved in your state. I think that we are going to have to really watch what our states do going forward. I know Tennessee is trying to push so that you have to take a pregnancy test to leave the state if you have a uterus. So please, please, please stay involved, stay on top of it, at whatever is safe for you, and also utilize those people who are safe for you. And yeah, follow along because I plan to start putting forth information on how I'm going to run a an election campaign for 2026 and how you can get involved and be a part of that change. Because I want to believe the best. I'm still in the mindset that I'm a lot closer to you, Steve, in mindset right now, but I'm going to try and look at the positive and the action and continue to press for change in Tennessee and the US because we deserve it. And have a drink with Erica in a couple of weeks because I'll be in England soon.
In the underground. That'll be fun. That'd be the place to be.
Yeah, I would live there.
I'm so excited.
Thank you, Victoria. Ed.
I guess I just echo everyone's sentiments, and I'm really grateful that we're having these conversations because, you know, they want us to be exhausted. They want us to lie down and be too tired to keep fighting. They want that, and we can't give in to that, even though it is exhausting. Yep, this is getting your ass kicked, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. And Cage, what she said, like, yes, it's time we took up the fight as white women. And I appreciate, Steve, that you've made this space and 10 toes down as a white man doing what we do. And it's important, and I'm going to keep doing it. And also, I am going to make sure I have an escape hatch if needed because, you know, I might. And so it's a dovetailed plan just in case, but I haven't reached that point yet, and it'll take a lot for me to. But yeah, I'm gonna keep fighting, and I'm glad we're here to do that. And that's Thank you for having the conversation.
You got it, Jess.
So I know, listen, I've always been the kind of person that like goes against the grain. That's why I'm a far progressive. Like I've always been the kind of person that goes against like the popular opinion because I believe that there's always another way to see things. And I would just implore everyone to take their anger and their rage and put it to good use, to get involved in grassroots organizations, to get out into your community and fight. And you're going to have some uncomfortable conversations with people that you may not align views with. But I would beg you to just try and be a little bit understanding and compassionate for those people. And I understand that that's not an easy thing to do at this point in time, but if we want to change minds and we want to change lives and we want to change this country, we have to do it together, and we have to pull as many people away from that disgusting party as we can. And that's just my unpopular opinion. And I love you guys.
It's not unpopular, Jess. It's not unpopular. I respect it immensely for you as a woman in America who literally just went through an election watching your rights be violated. For you still to have that much compassion towards others, I think is a model. And maybe you could drag me along, but I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. So people
I'll drag you along, Steve. We'll get.
I appreciate you guys very much. Listen, I am, for you guys all know me, I am the ultimate empath. It's difficult for me to say that I don't want to have space for this, but I'm also a realist. I also watched what happened this week. I also see what we've seen for years. I also hear what's coming from Cage, that they're not surprised. You know, misogyny and racism are not going away overnight. And I don't know if we can crack that code. My energy is going to be focused on white women. And I want to lean in to say, do you see what you did to your daughter? Do you see what you did to your boys as you're raising them? That's where I hope. So my energy will be focused on them. If you guys want to take on the white men, knock yourself out. I'm going to focus on the white women. So anyway, People have been asking. We are going live tonight at 7 p.m. in an effort to kind of continue the conversation that we've been having today. We will be okay, but we have to do it together. It's got to be us, because our country has told us, the voting bloc has told us, the majority have said that we don't give a fuck about human rights. So it's on us to promote more candidates like Victoria. It's on us to get behind Jess's compassion. It's on us to remind folks that we all need a mental health checkup. We all need to be aware of the things that are happening around us. Communities that we support and we love, people in those communities are under threat. It's on us to defend them. So we'll be back here tonight at 7 p.m. Everybody, thank you so much for being here today. We love you all very, very much. Again, join us tonight at 7 o'clock right here, Facts After Dark, but we'll be talking about this. We will be okay. We'll be okay, but we'll be okay together. We can't pull in. We got to step forward, tits
Lock
up.
arms.
If you ever watch Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, tits up. That's the goal, friends. Thank you, everybody.